Hello everyone. So, if you're wondering if this is the new normal for how we're running things from now on, in terms of starting, no, because there is going to be music. There is going to be music. And the reason I've got it starting now is so that we can get things all organised and make sure everything's working and make sure I will say this. I'm not sure if the bot's working. Everything's turned on. Everything's connected in. It's supposed to be turned on and working. But I'm not sure if it is working. I know it is from Twitch. I'm not sure about YouTube. Even though I have actually completely rebuilt it as far as this computer is concerned. So it should be working. But while Runon's sorting out that, and I'm going to just sort of mildly cry. Hello everyone, welcome to Bruships from the new computer. Now, you might notice that I'm still joined by my friendly list of colleagues, as normal. And I'll be to them in a second. We've got where the questions are going to hopefully appear. And we've got this, and it's apparently I'm going to say this. It claims it's connected into both. Naval History with Dr. Alex. It claims it's connected in with both bot account and broadcaster account. It says it's connected in. It's got all four green for the app. So everything's supposed to be working, and at the moment it's not. Doesn't appear to be working. I have no idea why. None at all. So yeah, it's fun. I will. Rudon sounds very happy with it. Back to the old thing, and it's not working on YouTube. No idea why it's not working on YouTube though, because everything's logged in and everything's been checked out, and it's supposed to be. It's supposed to have beeped and worked with YouTube. Should I disconnect and reconnect again?
Sure. What's the worst that could happen? This app's going to be the death of me.
It says it's connected now. Again.
All right, well, we'll give it a couple minutes to bed back in and see what happens.
I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't connect the bot account. Just the broadcaster account.
I mean, it wouldn't be the world's worst diagnostic step.
I'm going to try that for YouTube. Because there was a note on somewhere else about saying that worked with Twitch. Because they were having trouble with Twitch. But anyway, let's get to the questions, because the questions are far more fun. We are picking up the questions from Twitch, I think. Yes, we are picking up the questions from Twitch, so don't worry about those. And Steve and Paul appear to be backfilling already. Perhaps we should just rename the app Steve and Paul. And then it's always working. Instead of Powder Monkey. That's evil. That will get me killed at some point, won't it? I notice how Fleet goes very quiet at that point. Thank you, Steve, and
The annoying
thank
thing
you,
is it worked for
Paul.
Fleet. Although then
Yes.
again, yeah,
I'm
Fleet
keeping my
doesn't have
mouth
the
shut.
bot account hooked in. Yeah, let's see what happens with that.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the bot account is what is mucking it up.
Could be. Oh, that's right. I need to update my streamer bot as well before I actually go live tomorrow. Mustn't forget to do that.
That is always good. So, with that being said, nice to go, everyone. Were the internals of the Admiral-class battlecruiser really a problem when trying to fit 114mm guns into design? As in Fleet's Catcher Roundings 23, the panel brought up that the internals of the Admiral-class prevented the Renown layout of 114mm guns being used, which only around is a mix of 6 BD and UD 1 of 4 mounts. If I remember correctly, the 4.5-inch was all BD mounts on Renown. I'm trying to remember. I don't think when Renown was built there was a UD mount for a 4.5 available. Let me just check. Clarify that, because, you know, if someone's being this confident, there's a possibility I'm wrong. And I'm always happy to admit. No, they got the dual purpose they got the 4.5-inch BD mount. Having a look at them on the pictures. Yes, they're all BD. They're all the same pancake turret. Now the thing is, what I think my colleagues on Ramblings were referring to, and probably sensibly, is that there is a very different internals fit on Hood than on Renown, mainly because whilst Renown and the Renowns and Hood were both built as battle cruisers, in fact, battle cruiser 2 words, originally for both, they were also both adapted at different stages in their life to being battle cruiser 1 words, or as close to it as they could come, which means they've been mucked around with internally. And what I think my colleagues, although they are here so they can speak up for themselves if I'm speaking wrong, probably referring to is that the same way the layout is made on Renown would not be how you would lay it out on Hood, because her system has been mucked around in different ways than Renown, and she's a different hull to begin with. So, for example, if I was doing it for Hood, honestly, I would probably be... how do I put this politely? I'd probably be looking to an extent at a stepped arrangement, but I'd also be looking at where her guns have originally been sighted and doing a lot of building out work. In fact, honestly, she could end up with she could end up, if I was in charge of her build out, with possibly getting 7 rather than 8 mounts and having one centre-lined behind the R15-inch guns and rays, super firing over them in a sort of... What is it? It goes X, Y. Well, I suppose you make it X, Y, Z, or you'd make it... I'm trying to remember... This is really weird. I'm trying to remember the letter before X. U?
Y.
Y. No, it goes X and Y. Are the last one, so W,
W,
yeah,
X, Y, Z.
Yeah. So it'll be a W mount, maybe. Position. But the thing is, we know they were working at it, they were looking at it. We know it was going to be its own fit, and there was also quite a strong possibility that especially if it happened in peacetime, as Renowns was certainly started, and she'd have probably had her entire infrastructure leveled and superstructure leveled and restarted. Q turret. People just keep telling me now. No, because Q is possibly Q.
Q is centerline.
Yeah,
Q is centerline midtroops.
Yeah, Q is usually further along midships than sensor, so we're talking about an aft one. So, yeah, that. What did you guys think of that answer? Was I right in my assessment of what you were probably talking about, or?
It was basically the fact that for a hood to be refitted, it would have been far better to try and work with 5.25 mount than 4.5. You'd have better luck. It would take less time to rearrange the internals to make them work than you would with 4.5. That was basically
why.
I can't remember exactly. I wasn't the one leading this whole discussion.
Because
I'm slightly too focused on what I'm doing to offer an intelligent opinion at the moment.
As originally fitted, she has 5.5-inch magazines and guns. So I can understand the case being made, well, we can quite easily fit 5.25 into those loading arrangements. You can. But the guns themselves are going to put more stresses on the framing and require more space than the 4.5s. And there's also the difficulty in their production. Plus, you've got the 4-inch guns as well, so in a nice way, but that's only 4 of them, so... Honestly, yeah. She lost 2 21-inch torpedo tubes in her career, theoretically, anyway. So, you know, there are things you'd modify her. You'd modify her a bit. Anyway, on to the next question. Black Horse. Was there any realistic options for French Navy World War II to join the Free French?
Hey, per Steve, we're going to index questions for the moment.
Okay. Well, I've still left the questions closed sign at the moment. Was there any realistic options for the French Navy World War II to join the Free Allied Navies? If so, what ships to join? There are. You could argue that the ships which were already in British ports, especially, or British held ports, could have decided to become Free French. There are options and the scenarios where it is. There are, one of the very options of Mers El Kabir, which was given, was you can go to the Caribbean or you can join us as, Free French. And, there are lots of options and lots of alternate histories and points where the French could have done it. But you have to remember, the government was psychologically defeated long before the war began, and the nation was demoralized long before. The government was demoralized to the point at which it dragged the nation down with it, or very quickly in the war. The French government they'd spent so long being afraid of their own armed forces, they hadn't properly prepared them. They knew this. They were so focused on how horrific World War I had been and the legacy of that, which was understandable because it scarred them greatly, that in many ways they were defeated long before the first shots were fired. And as much as their soldiery and as much as their people fought bravely, it's the government we're talking about. I'm not a subscriber to stab in the back theory or those things, but I would often say that it's the government of France which surrenders, or rather seeks peace, not the French people. The French themselves were probably in a way underestimated by their own government, because they didn't think anyone would put up with what was going to happen, and they, you only had to consider their views of how long Britain would last and what would happen to Britain the moment bombs fell and how there'd be revolution the moment cities were bombed. And then you look at the actual experience of the Blitz and the experience of bombing in Germany and what happened in those cities and how those people reacted. And you sit there and go, and Japan, and you sit there and go, yeah, the whole idea that civilians were somehow this weak breed who were going to crumble the moment a bomb went off and demand a peace. Yeah, what kind of egotistic, militaristic twat had that idea? And by the way, for anyone who wants to know the person who had the idea, the guy's called Giulio Duhe. He's a Italian general and air power enthusiast. But even he wasn't really properly understood, because what he thought would be bombers loaded with hundreds of tons of chemical and biological weapons blasting cities would cause it, not just small amounts of high explosives. I don't think, and everyone can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's ever been a bomber that built that could carry 100 tons of bombs. And B, none of them were dropping that much biological and chemical weapons. And bless you, Fleet.
But didn't say anything.
You sneezed.
Did I?
Yes.
Hmm.
It's either you sneezed or Dragon sneezed. And I think Dragon's muted himself.
I had my mic muted at the time.
Hmm.
And it was definitely you, Fleet. Your mic lit up.
What is the 52's payload?
No, well, Leslie's just said no 100-ton bombers created, but you can look up the B-52. It is one of the largest bombers currently in service. It's not the largest bomb payload, but it is one of the largest.
The fact that the C-130 can evacuate out a Moab from its back aft hatch. Wow, English.
From what we have been told, a B-52 has 70,000 pounds of ordnance it can deploy in terms of bombs.
Yeah.
35 tons.
So yeah, 32,000 kilograms.
But it can't do that as a single bomb, if I remember correctly.
I don't think Duhe was ever thinking they were going to be a single bomb. He thought they were going to be 100 tons of, and he thought each bomb was going to be about a ton bomb. So they're going to be they're all going to be, 1-ton bombs and 2,200 pounds, and it was going to carry 100 of them, and they were going loaded with chemical or biological weapons, and they decimate cities. Basically, he's foreshadowing nuclear warfare, strategic nuclear deterrence, and nuclear conflict.
Oops. No, that's Twitch.
Knight, I don't think the Peacemaker carry 100 tons of bombs. I might be wrong. I'm happy to be corrected if I am. But, no, they could carry 86,000 pounds. That's 39 tons in metric.
Big kaboom.
That's a lot of bombs, but that's not 100 tons worth of bombs. Yeah,
It's 43 US tons.
Yeah. And the Lancer, theoretically, if you could load up its internal and external fully, which I don't think you can at the same time, could carry 56 and a half, 50, well, let's be nice and round up to 57 tons. So, yeah. Is Streambot taking any notice of you, Runon, on YouTube?
Not so far.
Actually, I was looking up on Britannica. The B1's actually only got a carrying capacity of 84,500 pounder bombs. Would put out less than the Peacemaker, according to Britannica.
Yes. But that's only the Peacemaker when it's loaded for a one-way trip.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's about the same as a B-52.
What happens when I press this button?
Maximum bomb load, minimum fuel load.
Mm-hmm. Poemus, this is Matthew Darren's question. What do you think of defence unification and later abolishment of ministers for individual services? In some ways, Mountbatten, when he was arguing for it, thought it would always be dominated by the Navy, so it served the Navy's interests, which is the kind of position you can take only if you are a supremely confident, self-obsessed politician who thinks no further than yourself being in charge. Most people think my problem with Mountbatten starts and ends with the ep. No. There are other sections which I have issues with Mountbatten for. Sometimes he's in my good graces, sometimes he's definitely not in my good graces. I would say having a Minister for Defence, a Secretary of State for Defence, makes sense in the modern joined up world, where combined operations and joined operations are the norm. I would say I think that separate ministers for the different services, losing them, was a problem. I'd say you needed someone who is specifically responsible for arguing the case for each of the individual services. And that might sound terrible, but that's literally what you do need, because they need to be able to answer the questions, and yeah, when you look at the Secretary of State for Defense and you look at the people underneath them, they have various positions underneath them and in the Ministry of Defense and running different positions and sorting things out. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a sensible approach, but it's the way we have things. We now have a Secretary of State for Defence. We have a Minister who's in the House of Lords. We have a Minister for Defence Procurement, a Parliamentary Undersecretary for the Armed Forces, and a Parliamentary Undersecretary for Veterans and People. And I think, honestly, that ministerial team is about 3 positions too light. Because I can understand having a separate Minister for Procurement. It makes sense. Procurement is expensive. I can understand you need to have a member of the House of Lords on there for Minister of State Defence for the House of Lords. So that's fine. And having parliamentary undersecretaries for the armed forces looking after their morale and their accommodation, recruitment, readiness, all those sort of things. Yeah. And having someone responsible for veterans and people makes sense. I agree with that. And those are joined up things, but I think you should have ministers directly accountable for each of the individual services below them. You might only have one Secretary of State for Defence, but I don't see there's any problem in my mind in having a ministerial team which is 8 politicians. Especially if you go, well, let's spread them out a bit across the House of Lords, maybe. You know, that's perfectly fine again. But, so you've got options there. I think you need someone who's accountable for that service, whose job is to make the case for that service and each service in the way when they need to be made the case for, rather than the services having to fight over when it's, having to fight usually over the Secretary of State for Defence, who honestly has got to, in some ways, always to a very tri-service line. That's me. I know. But I probably get told off by some people because of wrong things flow through. Alright, next question. We've done those ones. Bowman Boy, could the Bofors 57mm be adapted to fire an ASW shell against UUVs, and are there plans to do so? What is the smallest gun that can fire a useful ASW round? As far as I know, the smallest...
Define useful.
Well, that's fine. We'll get into that, Bowman Boy. Don't get that, Ruben. Bowman Boy, the smallest round I know of, which is being worked on, is the 4.5 inch. Because if you want to use a round to go into the water and sink, and basically it's a shell depth charge, ASW mortar round sort of style thing, you're looking at quite a big system to have enough explosive to cause damage underwater. Because you can't, if the guns aren't aiming at something underwater, they are doing saturation bombardment of an area. Okay? I wouldn't be surprised if you could, and I'll be open to correction from the fellow panelists here, do it with a 3-inch. But I don't think anyone's really looking at that because, honestly, it's kind of like when we were dealing with ASW during World War II. You soon realise the bigger charge is worth it, even if it is you are dealing with UUVs, because UUVs aren't exactly small. They're not tiny things. They're not the ones we're worried about are not the things which look like they're about this long by this thick and just wander along. They're the chunky, great big things that are the size of torpedoes or bigger.
Yeah, the thing you need to bear in mind is that any anti-submarine shell is by definition a weapon you're trying to procure to basically decrease your servicing cost for a particular item. In this case, you really don't want to use an ASW torpedo or something like ASROC for a UUV target.
No.
That being said, however, depends entirely on how big the UUV is. If it's something above the size of a mini-sub, you probably are going to want to service that with a proper anti-submarine weapon.
It's going to also it's going to depend on the waters you're in.
Yeah, and as Dr. Clarke says, there's also honestly, you need something naval main gun rounded up in size, even for a small target, just to have the explosive filler you need to have an effect on target. Basically. Honestly, it might just be cheaper to actually bring back some form of system for launching basically depth charges again. Honestly. If you're talking about defense against UUVs that are... Because if it's a UUV that's that small, aka somewhere between a torpedo and a mini-sub, it's unlikely to have independent weapons capability and is likely the weapon itself. And at that point... what you probably want is something like sort of this is gonna sound weird, but a version of something like Hedgehog with bomblets of about the same size as something like Hedgehog, but that you can fire smartly. So basically you'd put 3 rounds in one area, 3 rounds in another area. You'd basically try and... It wouldn't be like the dumb throw a bunch of bombs forward of the ship like Hedgehog was. But that's what I could sort of see the capability for. It's cheaper than using an ASW torpedo. It gives you mass in terms of weaponry you can use. So let's say the launcher might carry 40 bombs that can be fired one at a time or all at once or any combination in between. And you might carry 3 reloads.
Walter Picardius, to answer the question, while we're talking about, BAE have a shell which you can fire from the 4.5-inch gun or the 5-inch gun. They've got variants of both, which can actually be used to basically as a depth charge. It's for dealing with underwater and uncrewed underwater vehicles and those things. And basically, you can just blast a lot of water. Or you can just fill an area with a load. It's like you're filling an area with a load of depth charges, basically. And the idea is...
Congratulations on the new job.
It's air defendant things. And yeah, Stafford, congrats. I've just seen a note about a new job. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I think for anything that's like Narco sub USV, you could probably get a 57 to work. Probably.
I think but honestly, Narco subs aren't usually really subs. They are more submersibles.
Yeah.
And that's one part of the trouble when we're dealing with smaller rounds. The thing this was also found, which was found with Hedgehog, is that sometimes it wouldn't go deep enough. And you were dealing with vessels which were far shallower than UVs tend to operate, can even operate these days, let alone submarines. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why you ended up going up to the Spigot after the Hedgehog, and going for these sort of things. It's an interesting. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting system.
I would think for peer UUVs or USVs, first rank, second rank USVs, you're probably going to see a rapid escalation to something in the 6-inch bracket. Paul Amos mentions EMP weapons. The EMP effect would attenuate so quickly in the water that I don't think
it doesn't work.
You'd be better off with explosive effect.
You are better off with that, and the 4.5-inch and 5-inch round is pretty darn good. And I should say, every time I've been near the stands at the various defense shows where they're selling it off and talk to the various navies dealing with it, a lot of them are very interested in it. I think the Israelis and the Italians already started in the procuring, and it works. It's an idea. It's a good system. It's basically it's adapting a smart shell to being a form of depth charge, and yeah, it works. It's not exactly. It's not a one-shot, one-kill weapon. Please note, it's not that. No, this is the area where it's coming from. Blast it. 6 shells later. Did we get it? It depends what type of weapon you're dealing with, Edward Greenhofer. If you're dealing with a weapon which you're actively trying to seek out your opponent, yes. But if you're using a weapon system as a sort of area of denial, another way we put it is, think of them as mines we deploy into the water for a short amount of time. Yeah. Okay? That's the other option to consider this weapon system. It's a ready deployable minefield, but it's not a minefield, it's a smart ASW shell. Okay.
Yeah, essentially, the way this type of weapon is going to be employed is that the sonar department on board your anti-submarine ship, whether that's by design or by assigned role, is going to say, we think that there is an SSN or an SSK in this city block, or a USV inside this city block.
UV more likely than that. Yeah, it's going to be. It's almost a case of. I think I can see it to an extent being used. Of okay, we have a case here. This is a target. We're certain the helicopters go investigate there. We've got something which could be something there, but we're not sure. Shall we spook them and see?
I question their utility against actual SSNs or SSKs.
They're not. That's not their role. They are never talked about in dealing with SSNs or SSKs. That is completely missing the. They are for dealing with, honestly, the type of craft you're probably seeing Ukraine using a lot of at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
therefore, making it so that in the nicest way, those sort of problems aren't going to be your problems.
Yeah, but I was just, Ruin was saying you could use them against an SSN SK. I wanted to clarify that's not really what they're there.
And I can see it also, I can see it coming in, the way they were talking about things and the way they kept talking about smart shells, I could see it end up being a function of built into the standard shell. Whereby the standard shell can be programmed into this role or it can be programmed into other roles.
Yeah, that, honestly, it would surprise me if we're not headed towards common shell.
Yeah.
As in, just...
Okay.
But that's probably about a generation away.
I'm going to pick on you in the finest tradition of English pub friends. You have possibly asked the most ridiculous question of this entire live stream, and we're only about 45 minutes in.
Should I get some Iron Brew later?
Minecraft Watcher asks, should I get some Iron Brew later? Well, the answer is obvious, yes. But then there's also follow-up with another question. Why don't you have Iron Brew now?
Why wouldn't you have Iron Brew now? And Michael,
why would you have?
Yeah, honestly,
yes, get Iron Brew. Become an addict. I turned out just fine. I'm fine. I'm fully in control of my decisions.
Michael Cooch, one of the issues you don't want to do is if you have to bring in a separate weapon system for this ASW launch, for an ASW weapon system, it's going to take up more deck space and it's going to give you another logistics train, another training train. So one of the things we are constantly looking at, especially when you, because kind of people have sort of realised that the Royal Navy was actually onto something in the run-up to World War II, when it was looking at logistics line and trying to operate on the Pacific. Because Japan was always the big threat for the 1980s and 30s, and was trying to simplify logistics and standardise. But they kept standardising again and again and again on new gun rounds, so it didn't really help them. We'll leave that to one side. But the thing is, the 4.5-inch, 5-inch gun, and that 5-inch is where we're all sort of heading. A 5-inch round, dual purpose. If you can have a shell which can be programmed as a smart round and can be used for ASW, AA, and ground attack from that 5-inch gun system, that's suddenly a very useful system. The main trouble you're going to have then is you're going to have the argument of, well, we've gone down to single guns because they're they're better from a point of view of generating force and purpose in peacetime. But as we start to look at the realities of potentially conflict and potentially actually having to resupply at sea and guns being more useful, do we need to start going up to double? And one of the interesting things I've been seeing a lot recently, and I'd really love to hear my colleagues' point of view, is a lot of the concept designs I keep seeing coming out for the bigger navies have doubles forward for their main guns. They keep having doubles. And as far as I knew, the double 5-inch was only Otto Malera. The only people working on a double 5-inch was Otto Malera in their fevered dream state.
I think that's because a lot of navies have looked at Red Sea and Ukraine and other asymmetrical warfare flare-ups across the globe and said, we need to be able to put up a lot more metal in the air a lot quicker, and having 4 barrels is way quicker than having only 1 or 2.
It's going to be interesting.
Slight bit of back
I don't love. Anyways, of course it's Otto. Yeah, who's looking at a double 3-inch gun with rapid fire? It's Otto. Which name? I'll give you a clue as to which name is most likely to deploy them first.
The Italians.
Every time habitual Landcrosser says about the Polish that they are the little European Texas. I go, you have not seen the Italian Navy. They out-Texas the US Navy to this day. They literally put more guns on their ships than the US does. There's a space there. We can stick a 3-inch. There wasn't enough space there. We can still stick a 3-inch. Oh, I love them.
Hey, Dr. Clarke.
Yeah.
Were you able to accept that invite for shared chat?
Let me go to it now.
I am of negotiable virtue for the algorithm. Which is about all I can say on this chat.
Okay. That should have worked for you. Should have worked.
Well, I clicked on a Join Dr. Clarke button that popped up, so maybe.
That should say the Twitch should be joined. And I have shared the chat. And I can have up to 6 people here.
Shared chat is enabled. I don't want to end shared chat. Join the call. Did I break it? Sorry, guys. I'm very smart. I'm very smart.
No, don't worry. We can still hear you.
Don't worry. That's good.
Oh, there it goes. Took a minute.
Yep. that should be working.
Huzzah! We're feeding the algorithm, and I'm now getting double fed.
You're now hearing double me. Should only hear
now
single
fix
me
that.
now.
Yes. As much
That's
as I
good.
may or may not like you, Dr. Clarke, I don't need to hear you in slightly out of phase stereo.
There are a lot of people commenting on yesterday's video about Wake Island. A lot of people commenting about yesterday's Wake Island. Okay, so next question.
I don't know
From
if Wake
1984.
Island's a good example of shore defense, but okay.
It's an interesting one. What are the advantage and disadvantage of a mixed BD UD mount layout if internals and okay, no. Why do you want to put a 12 BD? Oh, okay, a 12 BD. So you want to have 12 twin turrets. So you want to have 6 turrets either side? Yeah, I think you're overestimating the amount of space you have on Hood, Knight. And advantages, disadvantages, you don't want to do a mixed. You do not want to do a mixed BD UD mount. And there aren't UD mount, there aren't upper deck mounts available. There is a reason why they're not fitted during 2 ships during World War II. There are no ships built during World War II with an upper deck mount. Why? Because it's not been finished. It was paused at the beginning of the war after Henderson was ill and with the Ruster pause things, and it was signed off on being paused by Fraser, and Fraser was basically spent the rest of the war shouting and screaming at himself mentally over signing off pausing it. And that's why the first ships to be fitted with a UD mount, the 4.5 UD mount that's available, the first one to be fitted are the Darings, built 1949 onwards. So, yeah, there is no UD mount, there is only a BD mount. There is a theoretical if you developed it, but no one had developed it. And there are enough differences between a BD and UD mount that it's not going to be just a case of, yes, just slap it in a different turret.
I believe this question came from Fleet's questions where the discussion basically how would you refit Hood in these situations of Hood going into dry dock came from, and the idea was, well, you could just stick 24 4.5s on Hood, and most people said Hood's internals don't allow for that.
Now, I'm going to apologize for the ignorance that this question is going to show, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I can't keep it straight in my head. What's the difference between a BD and a UD mount?
Between deck versus upper deck. So upper deck is not deck penetrating, and doesn't have between deck has the mechanism below the mount in the side of the deck. Upper deck, all the mechanism is above the deck.
Because I believe it was Killabin actually suggested the idea that you might be able to get, say, 2 or 3 per side, maybe. And if you really want to be silly, you could try and stick some of Ark Royal's 4.5s on, but why? Just why you'd go with, more than likely you'd go with 4 5.25s if you're doing such big works anyway.
Yeah, in the nicest way, whatever you're going to do, this is the thing, some people really do underestimate how much work went into modifying Renown to take what she had to do. You have to remember, when Renown, Repulse, Hood were built, they had no turreted secondaries. The first ships built with turreted secondaries and actually designed around being built with them. The first ships built with them were Nelson and Rodney. The first ships designed around them were the Alphabets with turreted secondaries. So, you have to alter casemates, you have to do all sorts of things to get them to work.
So there's a quick addendum to that then, because you mentioned how problematic it was for Renown.
Yeah.
What was it like for Queen Elizabeth then? Because she went from having casemates to having the 4.5s on either side as well.
What I usually do is I show the silhouette of the superstructure before and after. And I go, if you didn't know these were the same ship, would you believe they were the same ship?
Quite fair.
And that's it. And people, for some reason, there seems to be a very strong view put forward by some, and I'm talking about historians, let alone the poor people who read their books, that it was all easy and all the British refits were very quick and they were just slapped together. They just slapped on some 4.5s. They just did this, did that. And you sit there and go, no. It was actually a lot of design work, a lot of design studies. And there's even reasons why Warspite... people usually put it down just to cost, that Warspite is different than Queen Elizabeth and Valiant. And cost is part it, but also there's the fact that here's the dirty little secret, and this is one of the reasons which sets a precedent for Victorious later on. Warspite was the Queen Elizabeth class probably in the worst condition when she was being upgraded, so she needed the most work, and so they had to do stuff to her anyway, so they might as well do it.
Excuse me.
And that sets the precedent which is later used for Victorious.
Alright.
There's an argument that if you don't do that to Warspite, you don't. That doesn't end up happening to Victorious
Yes.
without the precedent.
Mhm.
So
I
Warspite
would
screwed
never
over
use
the
that
post-war
argument.
run.
Wording,
I would
please.
never use that
Sorry.
phraseology in anywhere near where Drac might hear. I completely distanced myself from that statement. That was entirely Foxo. Drac. Nothing. It was nothing. I know me and Jacob are going to be near you with sharp objects later this year. No, we didn't say
I
it.
am the one who is getting hurt with the sharp objects. I have
worry.
no right to
All I'm
say
gonna say is-
anything.
Don't worry, I
Say it. Let me at him.
Fleet. Don't worry. I was briefed on the plans. Leslie is bringing you his own very special Redman suit. You'll be very, very safe.
It's
I
a
don't doubt I'll
Starfleet.
be
It's
safe.
a Starfleet security suit.
Look, I
And
don't
then-
doubt I'll
then
be
the
safe
question
through
is
it on.
then, Dr. Clarke, is it from TOS or TNG? Because if it's in TOS, nope, sorry, you're doomed. But if it's
TOS.
from TNG and later, you'll probably survive.
TOS.
If it's TOS, yep, sorry, you're doomed. There's no saving you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the
Oh.
combatives Redman suit, unfortunately, it just wasn't in the budget, mate.
Of course.
Right. So.
I hope Drac realizes he kind of owes me for this one, because if I'm getting
He's all. No, don't worry. We'll sort it out. You'll be looked after, my friend. Brand Larson, you're in charge
I
of
know,
USN from
I know.
from the 1980s to the present day. What do you build regarding ships, missiles, aircraft, and how much do you upgrade the Navy's infrastructure? Well, I'm going to start working on their dry docks almost immediately. They're going to have dry docks on both coasts that can take everything, at the very minimum. There is going to be none of this, oh, maybe, should we, shouldn't we, possibly, there is going to be dry docks on both coasts that can take everything. And I mean everything. And could do all the work required. What else do I want to do? Honestly, I'd be making a bigger thing of, I would have kept a separate SSGN versus SSN force. The reason is, it allows me to keep my SSNs cheaper and smaller and quieter. And it allows me to use my SSGNs where I need to use them. And I don't need, if SSNs need a couple of Tomahawks, fine. But I'm not doing what's happened to the Virginias, where basically they're turning into the longest version of a submarine sausage that's ever known to mankind, as they just keep adding in more and more modules into them. And just keep extending and extending.
Hunchback Jenny.
Oh, it's just fun, isn't it?
It's
turning the
depressing
Virginias.
what they're doing to that poor hull.
Yeah. It's proof, if anything, that the USN is very, very scared of getting a new design of anything at the current time.
Well, I think that's mainly because they're concerned that they're gonna not get the money for a new design after Zumwalt and LCS.
Yeah.
And especially with the poo flinging that is currently going on over Constellation.
Yeah. Doggo is getting the attention. He's got a big tongue. There are various things coming through about a poodle. Now, yeah, the poodle was seeking treatment.
The thing with Constellation is it's one of those programs that cancellation is basically not an option. It has to produce something.
Fleet, I would like to inform you that we just canceled Booker.
Okay, Booker.
The M10
Is our-
light
the
tank
M-
project.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Basically,
mean,
the
that's
American
not
version
really-
counterpart to Ajax.
Okay, look, politely, I know it's a bit of a loss to, procure it and then not build it, but losing M10 doesn't mean the US Army isn't going to be able to do everything it needs to do. If the US Navy doesn't get Constellation, there's going to be a massive capability gap.
I would argue there already is, but
Lions, I think that's called the Jimmy Carter. I think that question's already been asked and answered. But leaving that to one side, for the USN, if they don't get Constellation or something, they are going to need to do one of two options, and neither of them are good. One of them is they are going to need to open up the program again and order something interim, probably from a foreign yard, because they have to go with an active production line, which means in terms of active ASW frigate production lines that could possibly fit with USN requirements, there is literally one active shipyard production line. Anyone want to guess
26?
which that is?
26 are from.
Yeah, 26. So that's really not a great option.
Which, in the most apolitical way possible, good luck getting the current administration to sign off on funding a foreign program in a foreign yard.
Or, alternatively, they're going to have a US Navy which is going around the world, which is dependent on Burks for ASW warfare, or alternatively, are dependent upon allies for ASW warfare. In which case, they might end up wanting to fund those allies to build some more of their frigates for their own usage.
Mm-hmm.
That would be intelligent, yes, but given even the last 20 years' history of U.S. procurement, I think intelligence is a little bit much to ask for at this point.
Which is actually doctrine which comes straight out of the 1,000-ship Navy plan, by the way.
Funny thing
which was
about
literally what the US Navy was banking on a few years ago. The 1,000-ship plan was literally allies would take on duties like that and minesweeping.
What I would say is that when it comes to stuff like, I would be surprised if Constellation doesn't at least lead to some form of vessel being procured.
Yes.
Okay, wait a minute. Haven't they already cut steel on the lead ship? I thought they had already cut keel plates for that.
In the nicest way, it wouldn't be the first time navies have literally have actually done that.
I know.
Literally,
US,
Constellation is under construction. She is under construction.
USS United States comes to mind. USS Kentucky and Tennessee come to mind.
Well, Kentucky and Tennessee, that's slightly different because they were ordered during wartime. Oh no, sorry. Hang on. Was it Kentucky and Tennessee that were ordered during wartime, or because I know the first 4 hours were ordered pre-war, but I think Kentucky and Tennessee were ordered during wartime.
I think they were tack-ons after 39. I want to say.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
But basically, once the war that they were built for kind of petered out, at that point you kind of go, do we need to finish them? It's a different sort of circumstance. Right now, the Constellations are being built for a war that hasn't happened yet, just like the Iowas were.
I would also say that the Connies, and they do look pretty cool little ships. But I would say this: there are people asking whether they are the modern version of the OHP, and to an honest extent, they really are. They are an OHP built for the realities of warfare today. The OHP was built for the war paradigm its times.
Yeah,
well, that's kind of
what the USN needs, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like saying that the Burks are a gearing for modern times. It's like, well, yeah, they're a general purpose destroyer. I mean,
it's what they're there for.
Want?
But I would say, and I will say this, the trouble is, the Americans took so long getting around to procure them. It's such a big difference between down and the OHP price that there are people who literally look at the price tag for the OHPs and going, "Why are we paying so much?" They're the same. By the way, they're the same people who walk into a barber shop and go, "Why do I have to pay 20 quid now to get my hair cut? It used to be £5." Inflation,
Okay,
darling.
As an American, I am contractually obligated to point out that my elected representatives and 95% of pundits that comment on those elected representatives are stupid.
To be fair, that's the case worldwide for most of pundits and elected politicians.
Yep.
They said you had to win the popular vote. They never said you had to go about it doing it a clever way.
Yep.
Kingdom of Vinland. How long would it take for a ship going on average speed of 40 knots to reach New York from Southampton on a direct route? Ooh.
Can somebody tell me where Southampton is?
The funny thing about that is we can actually kind of figure it out.
Southampton.
Because we kind of have a real world example.
4 days
of that
and
happening.
14 hours.
Yeah, that's basically the time frame and the average cruising speed of the R-34.
Mm-hmm.
When she did her transatlantic crossing. I mean, admittedly, she's an airship rather than a ship, but it's same thing.
I'm not quite certain I would say it's the same thing.
Let's move on quickly. Okay, 4 hours and 14 minutes, rough. 4 days, 14 hours. I mean, ships. How? No. Okay. Matthew Blairens, given the requirements for massive missile salvos, why is the US not developed a new strike aircraft? That's an interesting, how do I put this politely? That is a conundrum wrapped in enigma, wrapped in a puzzle. That is the US Navy's problem altogether, because technically you could argue the F-35 is their new strike aircraft. Technically, though, they did have one point an A-12, which was a really interesting looking aircraft.
Yeah. The plan seems to be a mix. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. I would say that if they have to do mass missile strike, unless it's something really deep, if it's something really deep in, they're going to call the Air Force. If it's something within range of a Aegis or other heavily, many multi-VLS tube surface asset, they're going to just use the VLS tubes. If it's anything that is in that middle ground of, we don't need to hit this with all the missiles, but we need to hit it with enough munitions to throw a point, to prove the point, they'll use the more appropriate of the F-35 or F-18s.
And I mean, and if they need to do a full salvo strike with air power, there is precedent for and seemingly a plan of a high-low mix. The F-35s will go and find the target using their stealth, and then all of the Hornets will show up with all of the missiles, but launch them on targeting data provided by a higher-end platform. A lot of the powers that operate fifth gen aircraft are starting to realize that it's actually possible to use the
4.5 gen
platforms. Yeah, it's
as your force multipliers.
Yeah, it's basically possible to use them as I'm going to go and find the thing, and then I'm going to call my buddies to go and shoot the thing from beyond the range you can actually fire back at them.
Yeah, and they'll also, in certain circumstances, they'll use assets like 35.
And all of this is true, but I would like to for a second to just grieve what the world has lost. This was the A-12 Avenger, which was supposed to replace the Intruder. This
Flying
is
triangle.
This is the glorious aircraft which was almost there. It was almost what we had in the world.
coat it in nacho cheese, and call it a Dorito.
Yeah. But still, it's
To be
cute.
fair, it would be amusing seeing them
Chunky.
flying.
That is a chunky aircraft.
Yep.
I just,
Yeah, Alex. For once, I agree with Alex Kane. Well, actually, I've agreed with Alex Kane before, but that is a
McDonnell Douglas A-12 Avenger. And the interesting thing is, if it had been procured, McDonnell Douglas probably keep going. In which case, it might not be. It might be McDonnell Douglas, not Lockheed. It might be McDonnell Douglas kept going, and we might have a third contender as well as Lockheed Martin and Boeing in the world.
And Grumman. Don't forget Grumman.
Mm-hmm.
I have family history connected to Grumman.
I know.
yeah, 12. I just,
It's
I look at it and I go, nothing of value was lost.
Oh, I think
Triangle.
plenty of value was lost. I think it would be
Triangle.
incredibly amusing launch seeing full,
Okay,
squadrons
Fleet.
of those flying.
Sorry,
ahead.
Dragon. Fleet, you like the Hosh. You have no grounds to stand on when judging something for its aesthetic properties.
Oh, I think you'll find I absolutely do.
No, you don't.
No.
You don't.
The only version of the Hosh that I actually can stand to look at is Souls.
The funny thing about the Hosh is I seem to be slowly converting Drac. I will listen to the dry dock today, and and there seems to be a theme where he keeps talking about Hosh in relatively positive terms. I may be actually converting him.
Don't worry, he's lulling you into a full sense of security. You're going to love Japan.
Well, I'm glad I'm flying out with you.
The tour of Mikasa is going to be, and look, this is what a sensibly designed one looks like. Notice it doesn't have this, like the Hosh.
And then I'll fire back, well, the reason Hosh has that, as you well know, is XYZ. And then they're just going to go back and forth.
Yes.
Dr. Clarke, can I abuse my position and ask for any and all B-rail that conversation generates?
Oh, yeah. Don't worry.
Okay.
Gareth is already planning on making it. Gareth is probably already going to make it into a special video for sponsors. Hopefully it doesn't. Going to sort it out.
Hang on a minute. So, are me and Drac literally going to have... Oh, this is going to be funny.
No, I'm going to distract you while you're in the middle of trying to parry a sword with discussions about the Hosh.
That's not fair.
Okay, wait a minute.
Fleet.
Fleet. What did you think that the doctoral and master's students did when they went to go defend their thesis?
Jonathan Moon, what is the extreme end of subdivision?
Hey, you chose it.
What is the smallest ship that can have extreme subdivision? Theoretically, you can compartmentalize down to having 2 meter, less than 2 meter compartments. Theoretically, you can build quite a dense hull, but the trouble is then it's actually practically operating it. So the smallest ship that can have subdivision is pretty much every ship today built, especially the seagoing ship, will have some level of subdivision, some level of compartmentalization.
Unless you're an ocean miner.
But
then you just die.
No, you still have the subdivision. But extreme subdivision, as compartmentalization can, that's basically where you go, right then, this is the equipment we need to use in this compartment. This compartment will be designed around operating that equipment only, and we will make everything based on that framing. But that can get very, very small. I have seen systems whereby literally a subdivision space is the toilet space, where literally you have a toilet on either side of the corridor, on both the upper deck and the lower deck. And when I say a toilet, you have toilet-sized space. You actually only have... toilets were only on 2 of them, and the other 2 spaces were used for other things which were shoved into the same space, which was designed around how much space do you need for a toilet and a sink. And it turns out not a lot of space. Not a lot of space. I would say heads, Alex Rain, but look, don't take this the wrong way, but the showers were separate. And I'm very comfortable calling on that particular vessel that a toilet and a sink. Okay? Because you literally had your knees hitting the sink while you were sat on the toilet.
How
I've been
And
to clients'
you had to
bathrooms
have
that were like
your
that.
arms were like this. And yeah. I think it was a very interesting vessel to look at. You could even combine a toilet and sink. Please don't suggest that. Please don't suggest that. They have had those ideas.
All your hand washing water goes in and refills the toilet. It's great. It's eco-friendly.
Not the worst idea I've ever heard.
It's
1941.
also in practice idea too.
1941. If the British got 2 Swifter, 10 K7 King Edward VII's, 6 Duncans, 5 Londons, 3 Formidables, 6 Canopus, 9 Majestics, 1 Renown, 2 Centurion, 10 Royal Sovereigns, how quickly are the ironclads gone? Pretty darn quickly.
As long as it isn't that kind of with a little bit extra, just the normal pre-dreadnought build out.
That pretty much is the pre-dreadnought build out, I think.
Yeah, and the thing is, bear in mind, the thing that led to the ironclads being quickly gone wasn't the arrival of the pre-dreadnoughts, it was someone coming in who actually realised, aka Fisher, maybe these ships aren't useful. Maybe we should, get rid of them and free up the crews to do other things, and the budget
These
to do
ships
other
represent assets that would be better used elsewhere.
No, they've added 10 King Edward VII's, and originally there was actually only 8 built. So there's been a couple of KA7s. Duncan's had 6. I think
It's not much more than the actual build out. Not enough to realistically change the balance, I wouldn't think.
No. Swifters. There's 2. There's always the interesting question of what happens if they do actually get if they get 6 of the London class. That's both 3 of London and 3 of the Queen subgroup. Because that would be quite an interesting one. That's the last HMS Princess of Wales, which actually served with complete honour throughout her career. Didn't have any nasty accidents thanks to politicians and other people having bright ideas.
The bright idea fairly be upon.
Oh.
Dr. Clarke, are you claiming that politicians occasionally screw up ship designs for political reasons?
No, I was more thinking that my latest curse, which I give to people where they think I'm actually saying something nice to them, but I'm actually wishing them a fate worse than death, is made a bright idea fairy always be with you.
That is quite cruel.
I think it's particularly evil because they always say thank you and think I'm being very kind. So I give this now to bequeath this unto now to all those watching this channel and listening in the chat, etc. You may now say this. Please go forth and say this to people if you want to confuse them. May the bright idea fairy always be with you.
I do not wish to have this be a thing upon me Nope. I'm going to Tibet, and I'm not coming back.
Well, Fleet, that sounds like a very bright idea.
No, no, stop it.
Okay.
Listen, my days of being able to torture you on ramblings are drawing to a close. I have to make up for it somehow.
Okay,
Hobbity.
what were the most outrageous commando raids in World War II? Honestly,
Campbelltown.
it's got to be Operation Chariot.
Maintenance there.
Yeah, Centre's Air Raid, Operation Chariot, Campbelltown. Everyone immediately goes straight to that one. There were some pretty hair-raising ones involving the SBS and putting explosives right inside railway tunnels underneath Italian artillery positions on their coast, but leave that to one side. That's not so much as outrageous as just flat out insane. The SAS also got up to a fair number of stuff, of course, but and Long Range Desert Group often get forgotten, and they do some really weird stuff. But I would say the most outrageous running gag is the sheer number of letters posted to Hitler by commandos whenever they arrived in Europe.
That's
It was a standard running gag which started when they did their first Operation Claymore, I think, in Norway. Every time they came across a post box, they posted a letter. They managed to get stamps. They got it franked. Everything needed to put it in the post box to send it to Hitler.
We're coming for you. Do not resist.
Like in the nicest way. In the nicest way, though. Can you imagine the initial conversation of, okay, so we've got the Saint Nazaire dry dock, right? Yeah, it's the only dry dock that can hold German capital units, right?
Yep.
Yeah. What we want to do is we want to take an old C-class cruiser, fill it with explosives, ram the...
It's a American four-stacker destroyer.
Oh.
Campbelltown's a four-stacker U.S. destroyer.
I heard Campbelltown and my brain went, oh, that's a C-class. I didn't think it was an American
It was one Lend-Lease.
You realize Lend-Lease, we were supposed to get the stuff back, right?
No, I think that was actually destroyers for bases, though, she was for.
Yeah, she was destroyers for bases.
Yeah, she was destroyers for bases. And Lend-Lease, the rule was if it got used up during the war, we didn't have to pay for it. So that's why we chucked all the stuff overboard into the sea.
Sorry, it's gone.
No, the thing is, here's the thing. That's actually on the Americans, because the Americans ended Lend-Lease so quickly, the British couldn't return it. And the rule was that if they'd have to pay for it if they kept it, so they just dumped into the sea. Whereas if the Americans hadn't ended it so as quickly as they did, the British would probably return quite a lot of the stuff, and so would a lot of the other allies, which means the Americans could have scrapped it rather than put it on the sea. But it was a whole thing because the American economists were rushing to get onto a peacetime economy. We have to get onto a peacetime economy as quickly as possible.
Well, you know, breadline by 49 and all that.
Yeah. Now, as the Brits, we've answered that one from Knight. Was it realistically possible for Norwegians to react and actually mount defence against the German invasion of World War II, or would the entire government need to be changed? It is realistically possible. They just need to send out an alert early. At the moment that Denmark is invaded, they need to send out the alert by radio and radio and telegram, and you'd be surprised at how quickly people will be mobilised and into position. Because usually what happens is you have the postman, you have the ships, especially up in the ports, someone will be sitting there listening to the radio, getting the weather forecast, and the message comes across with mobilising, and it spreads out very quickly. There's phone trees, all sorts of things start off, and you get people knocking on doors and going. The whole country can be mobilised and in position within a couple of hours. But you also have to remember, their worry was if they mobilised, the Germans would then bomb them and destroy Oslo in half an hour.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve.
Sure.
Fleet, at that point, can you just answer a question? Because you know this better than me. You know this pretty darn well. I'd say in some ways better than me. Did the Germans have enough bombers in April 1940 to be able to carry sufficient bomb load to destroy Oslo in a single raid?
It depends on the when. Basically, because the whole principle is basically, if Norway is mobilized, this hypothetical German threat only works if Norway mobilizes slowly. Because if Norway mobilizes quickly, and the threat is if you mobilize quickly, we'll bomb you, the unfortunate truth of the matter is, if they mobilize when Denmark's invaded, that threat can't materialize until after Denmark has fallen and the airfields have been taken. Because to do the sort of city-destroying raid that they're threatening, you basically have to bring the Heinkels and the Dorniers and the Ju-88s up to Danish airfields and bomb them up fully. So light fuel load, bomb them up fully. So it's a threat that is honestly empty when it's first made.
And by the way, it wasn't a threat made by the Germans. It was entirely imagined in the Norwegian government's head.
Yeah.
To be honest, with what I know of Norwegian command and control in that time period, a particularly eager staff office could have done it. And, ooh, I get to ban somebody. This is great.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, cool. I already flagged it.
Night. Sorry, having fun. Let's.
You report this person, or
So hopefully that person's gone.
yep, working on it.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, it's realistically, like, of course, it just needs the government to change their decision. And yeah, we could say, does the government need to change? But honestly, they just need to be actually just react and just go, look, our responsibility is to defend Norway. And if we activate everything, then frankly, no one's coming ashore. And honestly, the British would have probably played a it would have been an interesting scenario if the Germans had charged in, got beaten up, and then in their escape had run into the Royal Navy. That would have been a interesting scenario for them.
Oops.
Now, this is Tim Locker. Should the Royal Navy have built the Nelrods with 15-inch guns instead of 16-inch? If you build them to more of an F3 style fast battleship design, yes. Because yes, I would argue, and also I'd argue because then you can upgrade the other 15-inch gun ships with a better 15-inch gun, and it provides things for homogeneous logistics and security.
I mean,
but the reason we went with a 16-inch gun design was because, in the words of Winston Churchill, who was a key personality arguing for this, we wanted A, unsinkable bulwarks of the Royal British battle line, and B, it was imperative for national honour that we had 16-inch guns because that was the largest you could have.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and also it was a chance for the Royal Navy to test some theories regarding lightweight shells, etc., that they wanted to muck around with.
Yeah, in a nicest way, Fleet. That's not a good reason to build two battleships with 16-inch guns to test shells.
It's not, but it is one of the reasons.
The testing program was already going on. That testing program was already underway and being done. That testing program's false positives were what fed into the selection of the type of 16-inch gun they chose. but it was not a reason for choosing the 60-inch gun. Winston was one of the personalities involved, but he's just the one who comes up with the great phrase that you remember. The unsinkable bulwarks of the British battle line is just, yeah. I hate that kind of phraseology. That's the kind of phraseology which gets you into trouble. Why is it forgotten how lucky Eisenhower was at Suez, as it could easily have blown up his face with disastrous consequences? Well,
I mean, are we talking about the
Suez
US
Crisis
intervention
1956 in
in
the US intervention?
I mean,
Let's put it this way. I have always had the policy that in the nicest way the Americans knew exactly what was happening, and if it had gone one way, they'd have intervened one way, and if it didn't go that way, they intervened the other way.
Yeah,
that's literally what happens.
yeah, it wasn't. There was no way it blows up in the US's face.
No.
It's just not. It's just not a possibility.
One of the people who remember tells me that the Americans absolutely didn't know what was going on. I went, you do realise the British have, due to the way it worked in NATO amphibious warfare, there's a British officer on the American amphibious task group staff for the Atlantic, and there's an American officer on the British amphibious task group staff for the Atlantic. So literally, there is an American officer sitting in the office when all this is being organised around them. We're looking out the window into a port which is doing all the organisation. And you are honestly going to tell me that I think it at the time was a lieutenant colonel of the US Marine Corps, is not going to be smart enough to notice what's going on around him?
I mean, muscles are required, intelligence not expected.
Yeah, but a US
Well,
Marine
this is
officer
the
who
funny
survived
adventure of
World
the
War II is
crayons, so-
fairly smart. What are we hunting? Do we want to go garden poodle?
Oh boy, incoming.
Why did the Sea Harrier never get a buddy tank or electronic attack variant? They did get a buddy. So they do have buddy stores. They could refuel each other, and they did have an electronic attack variant, but the electronic attack variant was pods they added on. The British do pods rather than having a whole variant of an aircraft. They just stick a pod on a regular aircraft and go, that'll do. I'm just going to put the poodle in the garden.
And given the fact that you're operating off of a Stovall carrier, you kinda have to go for the pod system, because your choices for fixed-wing aircraft are Sea Harrier, Sea Harrier, Sea Harrier, Sea Harrier, and Sea Harrier. So you better believe that aircraft.
Or GR, Harrier GR.
Oh, you get the point I'm trying to make. If you need a fixed-wing aircraft to do something, you better believe you better make that Harrier fit the role. Because if a Harrier can't do it, you've got to go and get Dave in his helicopter. Dave isn't happy to be woken up.
And the sounds of it.
Sounds like my kind of day.
Oh dear.
I worry about you all. But yeah, pretty much, it's a case of, if you need something, it's going to be the Harrier. Ramol, do you think that the Type 42 class is a more capable anti-air warfare destroyer than the Kid class?
The Type 42 is a good ship.
It's built for a different
It's a very
role.
good ship.
Different form.
Yeah, it's a good ship. Yeah, but the Type 42 is, if it comes to flat air defense capability, the Kids are better, but that's not a mark against the Type 42. They're designed to do different things. The Kid was basically designed as the all-singing, all-dancing destroyer for the Iranian Navy.
Yes.
It was designed to be the best stuff for every role the US could cram onto a single hull and then sell it to the Iranian.
And paid for by people who basically had a functionally limitless budget.
Yes.
That makes a difference.
So when the Kids entered service with the US Navy, the US received 4 of, to be blunt, the finest destroyers in the world.
Yes.
Pretty much every role.
And also 4 of the most comfortable destroyers in the world.
hmm
The US Navy has said the US Navy has never had a more comfortable ship to serve on, and still do not have a more comfortable ship to serve on.
The Type 42 was a vessel very much with a certain role in mind.
I'm told their seats had real cushion in them.
That wouldn't surprise me for a vessel built for the Imperial Iranian Navy.
No.
The Type 42s were built as they are anti-air war vessels.
They are also they're built by the Royal Navy, and in a nicer way, the whole point was the Type 42 was the budget option to provide numbers around the Type 82 as your lead ship, and then the budget option is what gets built.
Yeah. And I mean, and for the cost, the Type 42s came out as solid, dependable ships. For the cost paid, and the build out, which is 16 ships. The cost paid was not bad at all.
No. All right.
Especially when you consider they're only half the size of the kids.
Rick Fasala, is there a reason why Canada is calling its Type 26 ships destroyers and Australia is calling their frigates? Role and purpose and fit. As I keep saying,
we do this already?
Yes, we've done this several times, but I don't mind because this question comes up quite a lot because people are confused by it. Basically, I often say that modern escorts are all variations on cruisers. They're all designed to do the cruising role, the presence mission, etc. in peacetime. There are ASW cruisers, we call them frigates. There are air warfare-oriented ships, we call them destroyers. The reason Australia calls theirs frigates and Britain calls theirs frigates is because they are ASW-orientated. The Canadian Type 26 is theoretically more general purpose, and in Canadian history, general purpose ships tend to be called destroyers, as do their air warfare ships. So they're destroyers. It's also to differentiate them from the Halifax-class frigates, because there is a big development going on there. And it's more to hark back to the tribals and other things which have gone before. And now I need to do...
I mean, in terms of capability, the Type 26s are a big enough of a jump for the Canadian Navy.
Yeah.
They can justify calling them destroyers for their need.
Also, they have built the largest variant that's being built. Let us say, they've not built the largest variant designed of the Type 26. They've built the largest variant that's being built. There are three sizes worked through: baby, middle, or as I call them, baby, mummy, and Papa Bear. And the British and the Australians are both trying to cram everything into Baby Bear. They really like it tight. The Canadians have gone for Mama Bear. And no one's gone for Papa Bear. Possibly because they've got very big claws. I don't know. But that's what's happened.
Inky.
I said nothing. And nicest way, I can't help it if your mind reads into things. I was using a parable of Goldilocks and the Three Bears to explain ship design.
I
like how... Oh, dear.
If Germany knew that the invasion was going to happen off the French coast, would it change the coastal defence and potential invasion outcomes? Partially,
the Germans knew the invasion was coming to the French coast.
Yeah, they knew it was coming. They knew it was coming to the French coast. They weren't quite sure where. You just coughing up some phlegm there, Big Fluff?
The thing is, it's not the fixed coastal defences that changed. The coastal defence plan was very much
the coastal defence.
Coastal defence plan was very much we're going to cover the coast in as many defences as possible, and that's our tripwire. The thing that changes is the reaction forces behind the coastal formation. It's where the German armoured and infantry divisions are that are expected to counter any landing. Because the Germans know full well that they can't stop an Allied landing on the beaches with just the coastal defences. But if their divisions are in the right place, and most importantly, freed for action at the local level under local command staff, they reckon they can stop an Allied invasion.
Fleet.
Unfortunately, as it turns out,
Okay, before you were starting off so well, and then you got into problems straight. Then you got turned off into problems. Okay, so here's the thing: if I am the German logistics system in 1943, 1944, where can I sustain a division so it can actually be combat ready?
near a railhead.
Where is the nearest railhead to Normandy?
You can sustain out of Cherbourg, but you're a little bit off kilter.
It'll be Paris, won't it? North Paris.
No, there are yards closer to Normandy.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
you want one that's not under direct and regular bombing.
You can
Well,
survive. You can
Rouen
survive.
and Cherbourg were getting bombed hard.
Yeah,
Well, the thing is, Fox, so most rail yards
are getting
receive
bombed. So
rail.
nicest way, you need to be near a railway. Guess where all the mobilized divisions to move from are?
They're near railways.
All
yeah.
have easy access to the railways. So even if you knew where the British Americans and the Allies were landing, do you move those divisions?
Yeah, them as near as you can. You can't. You don't put them right.
They're
on the beaches,
already
that's
as
not-
near as they can be. Because they are where they are, not because of where you want them, but because of where the infrastructure is to support them.
Some divisions, like some of the less material-heavy infantry divisions, can be moved further away from the railheads.
Yeah,
But
the ones which mostly depend
when
on
it comes-
horse-drawn carriages to move them.
Yeah, but the ones that are materially
And
quite
those are going to manage to throw the British and Americans back?
heavy. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
No,
saying
but-
is you move what you can as near
Fleet
as you
A,
can.
you've gone off and you've not answered the question. And B, you're trying to change history a bit. And I can understand why, it's very attractive. But that's... Yeah, there's no moving divisions from where they are, pretty much. Yes, you could maybe tinker around with some of the infantry divisions, but they're really not going to have an impact on anything. Because even those infantry divisions, their artillery needs to be moved. And their artillery depends on lorries and petrol vehicles, which are often were French vehicles, which were French-made vehicles, which had very, very poor reliability, so needed quite advanced mechanical shops to keep them running, and various other issues because the Germans hadn't built enough trucks prior to World War II. And so they were dependent on French trucks, which they'd impressed in service, and for some reason the French workers hadn't built great trucks for them. I can't think why. But leaving that to one side, the invasion was in many ways okay. The invasion comes together. Thank you for the super chat, Robert, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. I have spotted it, Done it. The invasion, in some ways, the Allies are invading where the defences suit them, where they can build up enough force to overwhelm those defences. Okay, that's part of the calculations. Part of the reason it takes time to launch D-Day to prepare the forces is you study the defences and you work out where you can overwhelm, where you can bring in sufficient force, where you have got sufficient space to operate for battleships, etc. Where what kind of force you're going to need to overwhelm that position. All those things come into it. So yeah, even if Germany knows where the invasion is going to come, and they know enough, they can change the coastal defences, so they move coastal defences around. They'll just move where they invade. If the Germans moved the defences from the Pas Calais, which made it problematic to get into, and move them to the Normandy area, guess where the Allies would land? The Pas Calais. Because the Germans only have so much defences to go around. They can only be strong in certain places.
Yes.
They don't have infinite resources.
No, they don't.
The answer is, if the Germans know the British are going, the Allies are going to invade Normandy, they would shift their defences to Normandy, and then the Allies wouldn't invade Normandy. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, the real problem about Normandy, and this was, by the way, a problem for the Allies as well, is that realistically, logistically and infrastructure-wise, it's a frigating dead end. It's not got... There are positions which are pretty good, but those are positions you can't really sustain anything out of, because they are through points of infrastructure rather than sustainment points of infrastructure. They're ports which are designed to take goods from the interior and extract it to the rest of the world, or bring goods from the rest of the world and take it into the interior. They're not designed to serve as storage points for the goods and materials. And not how you're going to sustain supplies you need for a division. Because, let's be honest, you don't go, right, and I'm going to need to move tomorrow, this division tomorrow, so I want to be able to bring in this many supplies tonight. No, you need to have the supplies stockpiled. You need to have a place to store the supplies. It's just, yeah. There's a limit to what the Germans can do. And Fleet's nicer to them than I am. Fleet goes, well, they could move this, and I know why he's doing this, because he's a nice person. Whereas there's me going, no, they're being dictated to not by what they want, but by the simple infrastructure in the French countryside and the geography of the land they're dealing with, and that's it. They really can't do much different than what they did.
They have some flexibility with some of the secondary railway networks and the narrow gauge running through Normandy in that region. They have some flexibility, but not nearly as much to move much more than a division.
And not an armoured division. Maybe
No,
an infantry.
definitely not.
It may be an infantry division, and then it's probably not going to be all its artillery. And then, frankly, that's, again...
You're going to want a light one. You're going to
Yeah.
want a light infantry division.
And the thing is, if there's an extra light division in Normandy when the Allies attack, it's going to cause problems, but it's not going to stop it.
No.
And in
It's gonna
nicest
be-
way, the thing is also, if you look at some of the German doctrine with how they were using light infantry in the assaults, they might have actually stuck on the beaches, in which case, what probably happened to them is they turn into fodder for 15-inch and 8-inch and 16-inch and 14-inch guns.
Yeah. It might make the fighting at the beaches tougher, especially if they bulk out the defences at places like Juno, Gold, Sword, etc. Because, as you know, the only beach that was fully manned on D-Day was Omaha, and we saw how badly that went. But the Allies will get ashore, because, as you
I
say...
see this written in
15-inch
certain
shells.
places that it was the only one which was fully crewed.
That's what I've read, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Again,
that's
not all
often
history
that's
books
often a
are.
claim put around, but it's when you actually start looking at the facts, you go, so what do you mean by fully crewed? Well, they had all these units here. All of them had all their units there. They had people off on leave. Well, everyone has some people off on leave.
Yeah.
They're stationary guard positions.
Still, bulking up the beaches with more dudes can't hurt. More
No,
dudes
it's
in more
literally
holes.
it's the geography of Omaha. Omaha was
Yeah.
always going to be the toughest beach due to its geography. And
I've been there. That's like
one of the things.
I've been
and
there.
The people who listen to this channel will have heard me on this say this regularly. Is you will find a lot of historians and a lot of sources when they're looking at history do not like to admit that sometimes it's the sodding geography. Because A, that gives far too much credit to geographers, and we all know how annoying they can be. And
Yeah.
B, the thing is, then you can't make a you can't make a good story out of that.
No.
But the thing is,
And
that
I
beach had to
trust
be
geography.
taken for the lines to join up. The Americans, Eisenhower took that beach as an American beach, and they did it. It was always
I
going
mean,
to be.
credit to him
It was
for
always
taking the
going to be the
toughest job.
toughest job because of the geography.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Credit to Ike for actually giving his own lads the toughest job to do.
Yeah,
Like, that's... Like,
But
like he didn't say to the Allies, you guys do it. He said, no, we'll show you we're committed. We'll take the toughest job.
Darren Moranis, that sounds revisionist. It's revisionist when you try and say things like, "Oh, this beach was the only one which had a fully crewed defensive formation," and you sit there and go,
Yeah.
"No, they're all at the beach. They're all there." It's the
What I was
geography
saying
of
is
it.
more can't... What I was saying is more can't hurt, but obviously
No,
Alex
yeah.
is right to call out the myth that I almost sounded like I was doing. I wasn't, but you know, may as well call it out while we're tangentially near it.
Mm.
I'm watching you, Fleet.
Oh,
I'm
would you want?
always
Yeah, but
watching.
Moranis,
Oh, get behind you, counter.
there is always some interesting, and some of the stuff I deal with. Look, one of the things I found is you can usually spot there is some good revisionist history, where they've actually gone back and looked at the traditional historical narrative and gone, this hasn't got all the information in it. And quite a lot of that stuff's come out, but revisions which have taken place are natural things, like when we've got information about the cracking of Enigma and we've got all this information coming out about those, you can start slotting that in. And you go, well, hang on, that changed our perspective on this history. And when you find more documents, you can add these things in, and you can build up what I would call a more accurate or more full picture of what happened, all the different layers of decision-making process. I have trouble though with when you get a history which ignores the simple answers and the simple problems. And the first thing you have to look at when you're looking at the beaches and D-Day and you're looking at the operations, you're going, let's look at the geography of the beaches. Before we consider everything, let's consider the geography of the beaches. Let's consider the actual issues of the geography. Because that's how the troops had to approach it.
Yeah. I mean, having stood on Omaha Beach and looked along it, I just looked at that and went, a more ideal beach to defend you could not find.
But it's right in the middle of the position, and it has to be taken.
Yeah. Like, that's just... It's a nasty, nasty position to try and attack.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
like,
yeah.
It's the sort of beach that if you had to take it during an atomic war, I'd dedicate a tactical nuke to wiping it out first before you try and land.
Yes.
It would cause less casualties.
That's the problem of, and this is kind of what the video on short offenses was going after, where the whole point of short offenses is not necessarily to stop the invasion once it sets boots on the beach. It's to make the cost extremely high for that invasion.
So you have to bring a lot of support. Counterintelligence is all sorts of things which played a part in an Overlord. There's all sorts of things going on. It's a massively complex operation.
Blow up tanks.
Polemus from Ramal. Do you think the UK CSG-25 is more powerful than the Truman or Reich CSG? No. Since the Iron has better... No, I'd say, in the nicest way, having worked with USN and the Royal Navy, I would say they're about the same on training and the same on motivation. I would say, in my experience, the Royal Navy ones tend to sound slightly more depressed, but that's just because they're British, and I'll tend to stand a response to everything is mild sarcasm. And the USN ones always sound like they are. Honestly, they always sound like they're tired. Every time I go on a US Navy ship, I want to scream, have you not heard of the word writer? Get them now!
Yeah. If I can add in my 2 cents quickly.
Yeah.
The UK Carrier Strike Group it's just to highlight the difference. It's basically down to this is a full UK strike group, isn't it? There's no multinational warships apart from the one.
It's not even a full-strength UK strike group because of issues with Russia and other things going on. Instead of it having 2 Type 45s and 2 Type 23s, it's only got 1 of each. At the moment, the other two ships are apparently on some form of possibly on some sort of. They're basically because of the other things going on. There's previous CSGs have usually had 2 of each. But because of the work going on in terms of upgrades, and because of the current needs, and and we've got some good multinational support in there, and we're picking up allies the whole way through. If you kind of look at the Operation Mediterranean, we combined up with the Italians. We had a whole massive force. We're doing something similar in the Indian Ocean. Yeah, it's
But yeah, just the thing is basically, and this is what it comes down to. The unfortunate truth that we have to bear is that while the Type 45s, Type 23s, the European vessels that we have, and Queen Elizabeth herself, they're all extremely capable, powerful warships, there is an unfortunate reality that there is a capability gap between what a Queen Elizabeth-class carrier can do and what a Nimitz or a Gerald R. Ford can do.
Yeah.
There's a gap between what a Arleigh Burke can do and what a Type 45 can do, and so on and so forth. That's just the truth of the matter.
The interesting question is going to be is whether there's going to be a gap between what a Type 83 and an Arleigh Burke can do. I think the Type 83 might be better than the Arleigh Burke, and I think that might force the Americans to finally actually invest properly in a destroyer force. But we'll see.
Yeah, literally, the Arleigh Burke machine spirits. Let us die! Don't put more stuff on us, please!
Well, it's one of the interesting things is if you were talking about the Arleigh Burkes in British terms, they would be an 80. Because they're a general purpose asset, not a 40. And this is another one of the problems you have. The people were often comparing the British air defense destroyer to the American general purpose destroyer.
Yeah, of course.
Also, minor correction about the machine spirits, their fleet. But the machine spirits will probably be more eager to keep going. The older machine spirit gets, the more, cohesive it becomes. So, but after that, after such a prolonged period, they'll actually be more willing for violence.
Yeah.
They'll be yearning to be thrown at their enemies.
A new machine spirit is tame and happy. An old machine spirit is like a cranky old person that you stepped on their lawn too much and they're coming after you with a shotgun.
So are you saying that an older machine spirit is like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino?
Oh, good lord, don't go there. Right, Ex-Submariner. I would agree that they've always been very nice and they always look after me, but the sheer amount of paperwork they always seem to be under. Seriously, I think if anything ever stops the U.S. Navy being an effective navy, they're going to be sunk by their own paperwork. I have been lucky enough to tour many ships and visit many navies in NATO, etc. Ships, and without a doubt, the Navy which has had the most paperwork replacing what I would consider normal at good oversight has been the U.S. Navy.
Well, we have to be able to prove that we're good at what we do, right? And to do that, we need paperwork. We need a lot of paperwork.
Oh boy, all respect, Romuald, that is a bit taboo. Yeah, some of the questions we get sometimes are a bit on the... But there again, I can see where they're coming from, because they're probably responding to some of the paper articles which come out, like the UK, the only carrier group where all the strike aircraft are 6th generation or 5th generation. He's sitting going, that's because we only have 24 of them.
This is all we've got.
We've got 30 of the aircraft in service, and 24 of them are sitting on that carrier. Yeah, mate.
And also,
it's all 5th generation.
Yes, we have multiple. We have all the 5th gens. What we don't have is all of the Hornets with all of the missiles. That's what we don't have. You see the headline, and you just go, "Oh my lord, you have no idea what you're writing. Go away, you small." I'm all for national pride, but can we have some realism, please?
Realism in my 2025? Impossible.
What would have happened if the UK and France had both refused the remilitarization of the Rhineland? Would war break out, and would the German Navy easily get obliterated? When we're talking about the remilitarization of the Rhineland and Germany's current force structure at that point, probably yes. Hello, why are you suddenly...
What?
Why am I suddenly being mugged? Oh, you want a biscuit? Sorry, I think...
I would say you're being poodled.
I was being poodled, yes.
Wasn't there a series of standing orders issued to the German military during the Rhineland campaign that the moment the Allies dug their heels in,
they would withdraw? Yes.
Nope, turn around, we're going home.
Yeah.
We're going home. That's it. Nope,
yep.
we're going. Which would probably then bring down... It might not bring down the Nazi government, but it's definitely going to take a lot of their legitimacy away into the eyes of the German people, if it doesn't bring them down entirely.
It's going to, well, in nicest way, it's going to depend how they act. Honestly, they probably say, look at what this is like. We have been so stabbed in the back by the Weimar politicians that we can't even have German soldiers in German territory without the cruel oppressions of the British and the French. And yeah, it probably just pushes them down an even harder line. But, you know, hey.
Yeah. And of course, the funniest thing is, if the Allies have
getting up into my lap. Oh
the funniest thing is actually what happens next, because if the Allies have dug their heels in at that red line and the Germans have backed down, at that point, anytime the Germans try anything else, the Allies are going to go, well, they backed down.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, the Germans are going to massively arm up afterwards, so it's going to be a case of the French will have to arm up, and it'll just turn into eventually it'll turn into a conflict anyway. Yes, because Hitler will gamble at some point too much, because he always does. Every simulation we do of him, he gambles too far. Sorry, for some reason I'm being poodle bombed.
You need a reason to be poodle bombed?
I have no idea. The poodle heard remilitarization and got excited. Yes. I think he thought that means he gets more biscuits. No. Sturkar, how can you ensure to rein in institutional knowledge in a navy? How to retain institutional knowledge in a navy? Best way you can do that is ensure there is some sort of veterancy training program, and ensure that senior personnel train junior personnel and pass on the information. And that's how they tend to structure it. That's who the instructors tend to be chosen to be. That's who tends to take the young sailors under their wing, young officers under their wing, is the more experienced ones, and that's how you pass on information. You need to ensure you retain it. The big problem is when you're shutting down whole sections and later on need to rebuild them. Then you need to make sure you've got it recorded and you've got it written down. And honestly, that often means you need to turn to a historical branch or something like that, who will literally do their best to restore it and retain it. And what is he after?
Another good call is to not get rid of non-negligible fractions of your force for purely political reasons.
Yeah.
Especially when those fractions of your force tend to be disproportionately the mid-level officers, warrant officers, and lower-end senior NCOs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I
a
have found out
thump.
what the poodle is aiming for, and the poodle is not going to get it. So because it is, because we are saving the squeaky ball because he's already pierced it, and so squeaky ball is going to safety.
Yeah. So
Listen, it's not his fault. Dog must squeak.
Yes. What he hasn't realised is there is actually a squeaky toy on the floor, but he hasn't realised it yet, and I'm going to leave it there and see. So.
Well, the obvious answer is, Dr. Clarke, that he doesn't want that squeaky toy.
Do you think the Type 21 frigate is better than Nox? No. In terms of... no, it's not. The Type 21 is a light frigate which was designed to fill in and was basically... the Royal Navy was, at the time, was short of frigate numbers, and there were enough yards around the country that one went, oh, we have... Vickers, I think it was, wasn't it? When we have a private design...
it was... I'm just here. No, it was Yarrow.
Yarrow.
Sorry, Voss before
Thornycroft. Okay, Voss before Thornycroft went, we have this design, and the Royal Navy went, yeah, we'll build some off the design board, off the plan, build them.
Yeah, the Noxes were basically, well, if you look at basically the US going, right, we want a general purpose ocean escort vessel for the US Navy.
Yeah.
Okay, forgot a good design. Right, now build me all of them, and then proceeded to build 46 of the things. Turned out to be pretty good ships.
Interesting question from Bran Larson. What would the panel say is the most dangerous volcano on the planet currently?
Yellowstone.
What do you class as most dangerous here?
The funny thing is, Yellowstone's danger is a little bit overstated. It's a lot more geologically stable.
Yellowstone will never erupt again.
Yeah.
See, you say that, and then Yellowstone erupts.
Yeah, that is sort of just asking for things to happen.
If Yellowstone erupts tomorrow, we're blaming you, Foxo. So far, you're trying to get us killed by Drac and now killed by the Yellowstone volcano.
Oh no, it's something I've looked into, and 'cause I like anything else that I've been there. It's at this point geologically, physically incapable of erupting anymore. The big caldera that people think of.
Mhm.
It just
Because have you heard of this thing called continental shift?
Yep.
There's no longer a pressure point in the crust to erupt the Yellowstone supercaldera, which means the supervolcano won't erupt.
hooray.
So when it does erupt, I'm gonna go find you. Provided
Okay, no.
Technically it can.
One of the secondary calderas could erupt, but at that point you're looking at an eruption the size of that Icelandic one that shut down air travel for a bit.
According to the list which I've always worked on, and I looked it up because I used to actually teach this this stuff. So this is a few years old because I was teaching things about global strategy and problems around the world and how you manage them. And I threw in volcanoes as an extra thing, and earthquakes and geological disasters, and people were going, "We thought this about war fighting." I go, "No, military forces might have to be connected, so you'd have to deal with it." Vesuvius is still considered the potentially one of the most explosive in the world. There's also Mount St. Helens in the United States. There's Merapi in Indonesia. There's also Mount Etna, which is ongoingly noisy. Mount Fuji, of course, that's near Tokyo. Kilauea in Hawaii. Nigao in Congo. Pintabu in the Philippines. Tambora in Indonesia. And then we got the ones in Iceland listed. And that's pretty much my top dozen or so. And that was that I put together about must have been a couple of years before COVID. So that's probably about 7 years old. So it's possibly out of date.
So it's slightly off topic, but what effect in a cold war going hot would the Icelandic volcano going off be? The one that shut down air travel over the Atlantic.
It would have an interesting impact because it would shut down air travel across the Atlantic, but it also would potentially shut down bombers going out to the Atlantic to attack aircraft and reconnaissance aircraft to hunt convoys. So, yeah.
But also, too, military aircraft inherently are there is a higher assumption or a higher readiness to assume risk on a military aircraft than there is on a civilian airliner.
But, yeah, don't get me wrong, but you still don't want to be sending large bombers into massive ash clouds.
No, you don't.
Oh, you still don't want to, but I could see the brass making a decision to say, well,
it's not our lives.
Yeah.
Matthew Blairens, why have the navies moved away from dedicated strike aircraft like the A6? Honestly, because multi-role is more efficient from an airframe perspective.
It's just
in a nice way, you have a fixed number of aircraft that you can have space for on a carrier. Fixed that you can sustain a certain, because it's defined by how much space you have in your hangar. And if you can have one type of aircraft with one set of logistics, one set of engine spares, all those things, you can be far more efficient. So it's more efficient and more effective in the aggregate that is on the individual. So instead of us looking for a 90% solution on an individual aircraft, we're looking for an 80% solution overall over an air group.
Yeah.
And it's more efficient for a carrier that perspective. Yep, carry on now.
I would also say that the
ladies first, fleet.
The U.S., particularly, and the West in general, has gotten such a focus on precision surgical, one munition for one target strikes that there isn't the need for a carrier-based bomb truck like there used to be.
What I would say is that
Now let Fleet go.
Karen, Fleet.
When you've got aircraft like the Super Hornet, which in terms of ability to put warheads on foreheads, in terms of sheer numbers of warheads, you're actually closing in on the carrying capabilities of something like A6, despite being a multi-role platform. At that point, you're going, do I really need a dedicated strike platform when my multi-role asset can truck as many big explosive things that go bang?
And I would add, though, there's very much the reality of the conflict we were in. And I think you're more likely to see dedicated strike aircraft come back if you see dedicated air-to-air platforms come back. Because it tends to be the trade-off. If you've got to have some aircraft which are going to be dedicated for air-to-air, and maybe like the F-22, not a pound for air-to-ground, then which is a reality of a peer conflict, a peer threat you might well have to push into. Then there also becomes the offset, well, okay, then what I need to do is a quarter of my air group are going to be these air-to-air assets. To maintain my overall strike capability, I probably need a quarter to be the air-to-ground assets, and then I need half the air group to be the multi-role assets that can backstop both. And by the way, if you look into the American air group from most of the Cold War, that, broadly speaking, fits it.
I would also say that you might see a strike platform be unmanned or optionally manned.
Optionally crewed is the phrase we usually go with these days, because apparently, if we use optionally crewed, politicians don't associate that with humans and don't think that's so bad. They are more likely to fund it. That's what I was told by a gentleman who might have been joking, but he works in procurement in not an English-speaking nation, but still a pretty major nation. And optionally crewed is the phrase they go with, because then the politicians don't think it's going to be. It's certainly don't think any humans are involved, and therefore are more likely to fund it. Because apparently the politicians are starting to buy the line that everything in the future is guaranteed to be drones, and the armed forces are going, yeah, but what happens if the satellite systems and communication systems go down? It's like the discussion of, so we built aircraft which can only be stable in flight if their computers have access to GPS, so they can position themselves, and they basically keep the aircraft stable in flight because it requires so many constant adjustments that a human couldn't keep up with it. What happens if we lose access to the systems because they're jammed or blocked or taken out in some way? Ooh.
You lose that airframe, I presume.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Yeah.
But hey, at least we saved a couple of taxpayer nickels.
Now, Black Horse, what was the best submarine design that was produced in World War II in relation to the damage or trouble caused to the enemy? Okay. Please note, probably overall you're gonna have everyone go with a Type 7, and there's not really much of an argument you can do against it because it's the most continuous design. There's also very good. The American Gatos are pretty darn good, but I'd say pound for pound for number of boats, I would go with the U-class of the Royal Navy, because they basically single-handedly decimate the Mediterranean, and they are a far smaller number of boats than either of those two classes.
Shotgun.
But please, panel, come in.
No, I think you're probably right, in honesty. Because a lot of people normally would immediately jump for, they would say probably Type 7 would be the people's first jump to. And while the Type 7 definitely did a good job, the U-class were built for purpose and did their jobs spectacularly, especially in the Mediterranean, as you mentioned. And also, to a degree, you didn't have to rely on there being several hundred of them.
Listen, if you don't need several hundred of your buddies to fight a submarine war, are you really even fighting a submarine war?
Yeah.
Well, there's 49 U-class built. Versus, if we go off the types, the Type 7 in general is 704. Admittedly, varying types there, but still.
Mm.
Yeah.
And the I still literally you have me, Gareth, and Dan C, who were in Tallinn, with Timu. Of course, it's finished, and we've gone over by ferry from Helsinki. Finding that boat in Tallinn's museum, which is a modified U-class design, it's the only remaining pre-1940s built submarine, British-built submarine left in the world, sitting in Tallinn in this wonderful old seaplane hangar museum. And the first thing after me and Gareth actually started being able to talk, and this team will say, I was quiet because I was going in expecting it to be a Soviet boat. We'd all thought it was going to be a Soviet boat. We'd done our research, everything we'd found and mentioned Soviet. And we walked in and went,
It was not.
that is not a... My actual expression, and Timu reminded me of it, was that I said, that's not a Soviet word I won't use on here for my little cousin's sake. That is not a Soviet... Yeah. Because I looked at it and go...
Dr. Clarke, don't you mean for your sake?
Yes. Stern, let's say. As what? It's a U-class. It's a U-class modified to also be a mine layer. And it is gorgeous. And you can walk inside it, and you can walk all around it, because it's raised up, so you can walk underneath it and everything. It is, if you are ever there, and I'm saying this specifically for ex-Submariner, who's in the chat, and I know a few other former Submariners around, if you ever get the chance, I recommend going there. I actually say I recommend going to Helsinki and Tallinn and doing both, because they are it's a lovely journey across between the two. You can do it as a day trip to go to museums in Tallinn if you want to go to some museums in Helsinki. You can choose where you stay. But it is absolutely a gorgeous boat. And I will also never forget the sound and the look on my friend's face, on Drax's face, when I video called him from there. He'd literally gone home. Oh.
Robert Dennett just popped in with a super chat, so thank you for that.
Thanks. I think the super chats have all been stored, and I'm thinking we're just about to get to them.
Usually what we were doing. Well, that's okay. Yeah, because that's my stream bot. Brain fart. Weren't we usually trying to jump super chats?
Yeah, but I think we've said there's a couple which we haven't done yet. Have they been added in?
Possibly. I know.
If they haven't, I can track them down.
So far, I owe Paul at least £2, and I owe Steve a decent dinner.
Okay, so you're buying Paul a pint of something. Nice.
I mean, Guinness is... Okay, sorry, I crossed my streams again.
Okay, so let's do the super chats quickly while we're here, because we're already worrying about this. They're all from Robert Dennett. First one was the poodle heard militarization and got excited. Yes, he does. The next one is, why did we never see the Talos system and launcher reused for a new missile like the Standard? I mean, it's big enough to fit rail-launched Tomahawk. What could have been done? Honestly, it's the VLS system which comes out. Basically, the whole thing is the rail launchers and those systems get moved on, and it gets onto the VLS, and that's the newness coming. So that was not being developed. It's basically the new system coming was not rails.
There's also the fact that Talos as a system has a very complicated process through the way in which it's actually stored and
assembled on ship.
Made ready.
They literally have a factory inside the ship.
Yeah, and the problem is you can't really rework it for another missile without extortionate cost. There's a reason why the ships that were fitted for Talos were never refitted for any other missile in their place.
Derp Squad, I don't know about you, but in my local pub, I can get a pint of Coke for £2.
That's
Coca-Cola.
lucky.
It's exactly £2.
That's lucky.
Yeah, a pint for £2 of Pepsi. Yeah, you could probably get that depending on where you go. Other
Robert,
places though, you're probably looking at £4.50.
and third super chat, Robert Dennett. It says something philosophical that the USN used actual names for its submarines, whereas the Germans just used numbers for theirs. Honestly, that was the German naming tradition, but also you have to consider, how do I put this politely? The USN are kind of following where the British have also named their submarines. Both were World War I era were using numbers, I think, for their boats. By World War II, names have come in. And the Germans, well, they we all know what happened to destroyers. They started out with names, and they took the names off them after they'd suffered losses. The thing is, if psychologically, for your nation's perspective, losing numbers doesn't have the same impact as losing names. Names catch the imagination. Let's put it this way. If you hear about the loss of HMS E7, that's sad. You hear about the loss of HMS Excalibur, that's a tragedy. And I'm sorry to say that, but that is basic psychology.
Mm-hmm.
It's why you tend to see, like, the Star Wars franchise is the most readily available example of this, especially in the Clone Wars, where you have the one clone trooper that, like, their last 4 numbers of their identifier is 5s. It's all 5s, so they get called 5s.
Yeah. It means something to the people who are watching the Clone Wars. They get names, and the units with the names. But if you think about it from the point of view of, although with clones, not even parents you have to worry about, but also it means that it's very unlikely that any of the clones are going to get made into heroes by the press. They're not going to get picked up. Their designations aren't going to stick with anyone. It makes them instantly far more forgettable.
Because what's more sad thing to hear, that AT-55555 is dead, or ARC Trooper 5s is dead.
Mm-hmm. And also, in a way, it also helps to make the Jedi stick out more, because they're the only ones with a name in the unit. So they become more personally associated with the war.
The Germans probably had nicknames for their ships as well.
Oh, yes, they did. There's a massive informal naming process of it, but that's the thing. It's informal naming of it.
Because I know the German destroyers have a similar thing. Because you've got, like, the first 10 have actual names, and then after that it's just
after Narvik. After Narvik,
yeah.
They all had names up until Narvik, and then they all lost their names. They all had them removed.
Like, I was reading a book once where
they literally took their names away from them. You cannot do anything more demoralizing to a unit if you tried than you've lost a battle, so we're taking your names away from you.
Yep, it's a huge symbol essentially saying, you are completely worthless to me because you lost.
Yeah.
But, like, I had one of the fictional books that I've read had a unit that was designated CL333, and the name for the ship was Cripple 3. Because sailors. And dark senses of humor.
Black
Maybe
Horse.
a better combination.
Yeah. Why is trying to invade ports or harbours such a bad idea when the effort needed on beach is so great? Because to take ports and harbours is usually far worse, because they usually are going to be defended. Again, I will use the example of Falmouth. If you turn up at the random beach along from the Falmouth, further down the south of the coast, let's say Maritime or any of the other beaches down there, you can probably get ashore and there's not going to be much there to resist you. Whereas if you try to go into Falmouth, there's St. Mawes and Pendennis, and there's an active garrison which are going to be shelling you the whole time. and that's from that's from Henrican forts, and I'm talking about Henry VIII here onwards. And so basically, ports usually are concentrations of defense because they are concentrated pieces of infrastructure. They are high value, so therefore they tend to be defended. Diepp's another good example.
And additionally, because they are already transportation hubs, it is far easier to transport the various materials you need to defend an area to them.
Yeah.
And on top of all of that, you've got the issue of geography. Because most ports aren't beaches, which means you're much more limited on how many landing craft or landing barges.
Well, no, you tend to use a different method. When you're using a port, you literally would be taking a port and seizing it, and then using regular merchant ship to offload into the harbour far more quickly and far more efficiently. Instead of having to offload the ships at sea, put them onto landing craft, and send them to a beach, you'd be offloading them in harbour. Yeah. That's what you'd want to do. But the trouble is also doing that means you've instantly got to secure the area around the port for to protect against artillery and. Yeah, the other problem, of course, with geography, and this is where I thought you were going, Foxo, because it's actually quite a good point. Because ports have usually been around for quite a long time, the geography around them is usually well known, and the defences have been dug in for many, many years. Again, I'll point to Falmouth. There are generations upon generations of defences built into that place. And you fly over it and you go, oh, that's from World War II, that's from World War One, that's from the English Civil War, the War of the Three Kingdoms, the Civil War. That's from it's wonderful.
It reminds me of the plans to defend Malta, and the plans were to utilise stuff like the old medieval fortress around Valletta.
Yeah,
to prevent an opposed landing in Valletta Harbour itself.
Oh, they did. They had it fully crewed. They had all sorts of things in there.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's often forgotten is that in the German attempt to take Calais, I think it was the old fortress there they made use of. The British troops actually in Calais were held up in the fortress of the actual fortress itself.
Okay, I'm going to ask this because this has come up in my chat, and I'm hoping the assembled panel's wisdom can maybe enlighten me. What is a Berlin-inspired Iron Brew camo scheme?
Okay, Berlin camo is a specific camo form from the Cold War, which was a specific camo scheme, usually used in Britain, usually used by the British, but also occasionally used by other allies in Berlin. And it's a very specific form of colouring, and the idea is you'd replace the blues, greys, and browns with the Iron Brew colouring.
I'll send you a couple of images, Runon.
Yeah.
It is considered one of the most annoying camouflages to make if you're a modeler.
Mm-hmm. Because everything bleeds into everything else.
It's infuriating. But cool.
Notes to go, everyone. If the IGN had built 2 pre-dreadnought classes based on each of the 9 classes of British pre-dreadnoughts, giving them 18 pre-dreadnought battleships, how would that affect things? That would give them a lot more firepower, but also that would mean they've either had to spend a lot more on a navy, or they've had to build, or they haven't spent money on other things. But if they do have that amount, if they do buy them contiguously with the British pre-dreadnoughts, that means that by the time the Russians turn up for the Battle of Tsushima, they're gonna be outnumbered. Because if you think about it, the Japanese that's a lot more ships. That's basically two full battle squadrons, and they'd have had that, in time. Roughly, at least 16 of them in time. They probably don't end up taking the Russian ones into service after that because they don't need them.
And also, quite frankly, their finances will be somewhat strained at this point. Just
yes.
The size of the fleet.
Although, if they do have that size force, what else have they done with it? Because if they've got that larger force, they'll be the only reason you're going to have that larger force is if they're doing something with it.
Politely, that's the size of force that, honestly,
Actually,
You could actually
at that point,
it's
wouldn't
one
that mean
thing
they
to
have more
try and-
ships than the Americans?
Yeah, that
That's
was going to
not
be
hard in this
that
period.
was going to be where I was going with that. At that point, you might have the Japanese strenuously objecting to the deposition of the Hawaiian Queen. Honestly, God, definitely, we're just doing it to protect their independence as a state. We're
Yeah.
definitely not angling for a naval base in Hawaii. No,
Yeah,
definitely
it,
not.
it could be very interesting because the Americans can turn around and go, but we're a big power. Yeah, but the IGN outnumber us.
Yeah, and if we try to fight them, they have the like.
Like,
Because at that point, both sides have the same problem. As in,
Before,
neither side can really get to Hawaii with a major fleet, but the Japanese can get there with more stuff at that point.
and let me just clarify this again. It's a classic story of America has the capacity to do it, but Congress isn't funding it. Okay,
Yeah,
so before anyone thinks that's anti-American, we're being nasty about it. We're not. It's just Congress. At certain points, the Americans didn't even have the largest fleets in the Americas because of Congress. At certain points, certain South American nations actually have a better, stronger capability. Because the US Congress can be quite so weird when it comes to funding things.
And B, that makes you think that they're not currently already, or currently still being weird when it comes to funding things.
I like to presume they have a default somewhere where they're not quite so nutty. What are your thoughts on
I wish that were true, Dr.
what are your thoughts on our Lauria from World of Warships? And if the Italian Navy had built them instead of the Littorios, how would they have performed and how would their fate be? Okay, let me look up World of Warships. I'm going to have to clarify exactly this Italian battleships.
Oh, wait.
I'm going to presume.
Oh, the R. Lauria. It's a battle cruiser, actually.
Oh, it's a battle cruiser.
Now,
Okay.
Frank Barnwell, we can't all be intelligent. Just let Texas have its delusions.
Ruggero di Lauria. She's weird. Interesting, but weird.
Mm-hmm. The Ruggiero de Lauria, yes. If they'd built her instead of the Littorios, isn't it? Not a question.
Yeah.
So she has 18-inch guns, and she has 8 of them in 4 twin turrets.
Yes.
And I'm just looking at her tonnage and displacement and various things. Okay, so basically, if the Italians build these, there is no way in that the King George V's are getting built. Also, this was designed in 1921.
Yeah.
So if that's built if that is built, then the Washington Naval Treaty is very different, and the world is very, very different, and it doesn't go good for Italy that way. So in the nicest way, if they somehow manage to replace the Littorios with these by magic, that's not necessarily a good thing, but that's the only scenario where it could do them any good. Because any scenario where they build them historically means that's the standard that everyone else is building to in the Washington Naval Treaty.
I think this could also be another interesting because the designer, who might be a bit familiar to some, but they were trying to get the ship to at minimum 35 knots, at maximum 40 knots. If this thing does even like 38 knots,
yeah,
to be generous, that's going to have a lot of people going, "Excuse me."
And to be frank, I think with 16-inch ships in existence, you can make the argument that, well, yeah, a 14-inch or a 15-inch vessel while it's not a pound for pound equivalent, is at least competitive with a 16-inch ship at 35,000 tons. I don't think you can make that argument. Even if you bump it up to 40,000 tons.
That's an 18. That's a 50. That is a 55,000 ton ship at a day. That's
Yeah.
that 18. That one ship. That ship.
I don't think that you're going to be able to say that a 18-inch vessel is a nominal equivalent at even 55,000 tons to a 14-inch or 15-inch ship at sub 35,000 tons.
No.
So I don't think the building holiday happens.
No.
I think you might get rate limited in that you can only lay down 2 ships a year, but you won't be stopped.
It'll be a case of everyone will be rate limited by their it'll be a sort of, instead of a limiting in terms of numbers, it'll be a limited of you're allowed to lay down this many in any 5-year period. Sort of
Also,
thing.
There's another thing about the design which I'm actually a bit curious about because it's not really something I've heard. Basically, to try and reduce the length of the ship, they went with double stacking the boilers on top of each other. Would that actually...
That's
What?
a design choice.
Yeah.
That's a design choice.
It's one of the choices of all
It
time.
sounds like a very brave choice.
It's one of the choices of all
I
time.
would say it's a tremendously courageous choice, sir. Tremendously courageous. And I'm absolutely sure every other navy in the world will be looking at you with great attention. And not copying it.
If it works, you're a genius. If it fails miserably, everybody's going to point and laugh at you.
Yeah, but also there's the fact is, if you're someone like the Royal Navy, you go, well, hang on, that means if the boiler room below decides that it gets hit and has a problem and has to be shut down or has an accident, it's probably going to cause damage to the boiler room above.
Well, that's what the torpedo defenses are for, right?
Yeah. Let's put it this way. People coming in. Who here likes the idea of stacking a kettle on top of a kettle?
Nope.
And trying to and
depends.
having them
Am
both
I
turned on.
Am I back in Boy Scouts?
Nope.
Then no, because I have more brains than when I was in Boy Scouts.
Yep.
Not many more, but I do have more. Also, to answer Steve's question more directly, while I'm not intending to do that, I am intending to do cell shaded on my Tau.
Mm-hmm. Now, 90K for one. Is it accurate to say the crash of the Blackburn Buccaneer XV 345 was an accident waiting to happen? I would have to look up the specific accident reports.
Have you looked at the accident report?
I literally have it in front of me.
Thank you, Fleet. What do you think?
Well, it basically comes down to the fact that they pulled a high G turn at low level. They're basically operating the aircraft outside of the how it was supposed to be operated.
Yeah.
And it was a fatigue crack in the front spar which caused the wing to fail.
Although
Basically the whole thing with the weakened how the Buccaneers' wings weren't strengthened.
Yeah.
As they were built. So yes, you could argue it was an accident waiting to happen, but I would also point out the fact that you could say that about any aircraft flown outside of its operational capabilities, outside of the dynamics in which you would expect it to function properly.
I'd also argue that this happened in 1980 Red Flag exercises.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly how old that plane is, but it's quite plausible that plane's not new. And it might have had a fair bit of other activities already.
I will point out for the next question, I have never said this. What he says I've said, I have never said. Just putting it on the table.
I'm still going to hold you responsible for it, but okay.
Actually, I think you have.
No, I haven't.
I think you have said that you're a fan of it, but...
Nope.
What's he being accused of saying?
A fan of the Minotaur. Let me put it this way.
I mean, I've said it exists, but I'm not really a fan, per se. It's there.
Look, if every ship if at the fall of France fells and suddenly all the Allied light cruisers become Minotaur class with those radars
Oh.
and those
Oh,
gun
dear.
fits, then frankly,
Oh, dear.
I don't think the Royal Navy is going to be upset. Yes, they're going to be annoyed at losing the 6-inch gunships. They were useful. But they've now got something which is properly designed to support 10 5.25-inch guns.
No.
Well, no, they are 6-inch. They are.
No, they're the 6-inch you find on Tiger, and they're the fully. Yeah, we'll
Automatic.
give you like five.
I'm
we'll give
just
you 500
realising,
rounds of
because I was
gun.
looking at it thinking it was a 1940 design, so it'd be 5.25 inch. No, I'm now reading it. Oh, good lord, yes. Oh, in
Yeah,
which case,
This was meant to be their new
Death.
modern cruiser for the
Death.
50s.
Death. All who oppose the Royal Navy.
how do I put this politely? And it's also got the 3-inch as well.
Death.
Yeah.
All who oppose the Royal Navy, Dr. Clarke.
The Royal Navy is very, very happy, would like to take delivery in 1940, and the world is about to experience a new level of fear as 3-inch shells rip through every air attack, let alone the 6-inch shells.
Yeah, I think even just replacing, like 2 or 3 of the town class with these would be potentially very unfair.
Politely.
All of them won't do that.
Politely.
One of these escorting
these
Force
are
Z, and you no
ships.
longer have Force Z getting sunk.
Yeah, this is a ship that fundamentally renders every other cruiser in the world, no matter what it is, obsolete, and can beat any other cruiser in the world in a straight gunfight.
To be fair, it's a light cruiser which renders some of the battleships in the world at that time obsolete, once you look into its details.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Minotaurs beat everything up to and including Admiral Scheer easily, without a shadow of a doubt.
Admiral Hipper?
No, I mean Admiral Scheer.
Look, and he means the Deutschland class.
Right. When you say the Admiral Scheer, it's a bit confusing that.
I was going off the ones that survived long enough to. Anyway, point aside, just to continue my point. They are ships.
I thought you were putting your point aside.
Basically, what you've got here is you've changed everything. Basically, you've made anywhere where these ships operate no longer a permissive environment for the aircraft of the period, and that's with just the 3-inch. Throw in the 6-inch as well, and you've also made any approach angles at range impossible because the aircraft will be engaged at range, and if they for some reason continue to close or survive to close, they will be destroyed as they close by 3-inch. That's just the way it's going to happen. So they've made the air environments no longer permissive, especially not for aircraft that don't have any degree of maneuverability.
Okay, KVG.
Their radar and fire control mean that they have made the seas non-permissive for anything that isn't a battleship. You basically have to come out with a battleship to fight these things. Anything else, or possibly a submarine, given that they are full-on cruisers that are still vulnerable to things like torpedoes to the side.
No.
Yeah, but they're British cruisers.
Fleet. First of all, this is a 1949 design and with 1949 sonar, so pretty decent.
Dragon.
Also, these things. Also, they have quite a lot of anti-submarine warfare capability in Spigots and a couple of others, as well as plenty of depth charges and the maneuverability to counter submarines.
They don't have
reasonably.
the maneuverability. It's a long cruiser. You can't. Look, Dragon. You can't use a ship like this for anti-submarine warfare against submarines of the period. It just doesn't.
Huh?
Fundamentally,
Fleet.
it's too long of a ship. It's not got the maneuverability. It's not as handy as you need it to be. It's just not. It's all about length of beam. You're turning circles too large.
He's imagining it's fighting the submarine.
Sorry, spoilers.
No. In nicest way, okay, whilst British did use town class cruisers, etc., did actually occasionally prosecute submarines. And I think one of them actually sunk one, I think, at one point. But that wasn't usually what they usually cruisers use their systems to either provide a fix for destroyers and act as the coordinating point if they had destroyers escorting with them, which something like this would have a destroyer with it. It would be that valuable enough it would. And or alternatively, they used it to make sure they weren't in the area, and they weren't in the area long enough to actually be attacked. And also, you've got the point of you've got that sonar to listen out for enemy submarines, but also they're going to still be torpedoes, and they're still going to be zigzagging.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that is one of the angles in which you might actually engage this target and sink it. but Dr. Clarke has raised the very valuable point that if it's I mean, honestly, just send like 5 of them into the Atlantic, surrounded by a quartet of British destroyers, and just hoover up all the subs.
I would
Just
also
like activate Hoover
argue
mode.
your point that they don't have the turning circle. They're actually, if you go with Design Z, they are 10 meters longer than the Town class. If you go with Design ZA, they are 1 meter longer than the Town class.
Yeah, let's not worry too much about length to beam ratio, because again, I don't see these vessels being used as the active killing boats. I see killing ships. I see them being used as the coordinating asset, as a supporting asset, and as the asset which is going to keep the air threat away from you. Oh, there's a Condor coming in. Oh, bye-bye, Condor.
The air threat's just gone wherever these ships appear.
Let alone their shaft horsepower.
Well, the bigger problem is if these appear in 1940. Think about all the pilots in the air crew which get lost in 1940 fighting them, who then aren't around to train the people in 1942, 43, 44.
I mean, honestly, Dr. Clarke, just if one of these. So after France falls, I'm sorry, just put 10 Minotaurs in the channel and laugh hysterically as the Luftwaffe dies.
Honestly, nice way. If it's after France falls, depending on when it is after France falls, if it's after France falls but before Dunkirk evacuation's completed, just imagine the Dunkirk evacuation with those provided air cover. And there is a Panzer division there.
40 rounds rapid, please.
6-inch. There are going to be a lot of 6-inch shells coming down range at you rapidly.
You literally 40 rounds rapid. What do you mean we've done it in 2 minutes?
What do you mean you've done it in 2 minutes? No. Fleet, I think you're underestimating these guns.
And their rate of fire.
Wait, this is 40 rounds in 20 seconds.
Fleet, this is every single these have a rate of fire of 20 rounds a minute.
Yes, they do, but that rate of fire with those turrets
was achievable
was
and
problematic.
And
it's not something. It's not something you. It's
doable,
doable,
then,
but
still, you have got. If you think about it, you've got 5 of those turrets. So, if you can theoretically fire, you've got 10 barrels. They need to fire for you to fire. You need to fire 4 rounds for them to each of those barrels for you to get your 40 rounds rapid.
Yeah.
Let's say you do it at a normal 12 rounds a minute, right? A cycle. So every 5 seconds. Same as the Town class cruiser does. Yeah. You still cycle that off in 20 seconds. Yeah, possibly 15 if they were ready loaded.
That's Dr. Clarke being generous, because from what I can find on these guns in particular, their nominal rate of fire in battle was 17, in battle scenarios was 17 rounds a minute to prevent any issues. That's 3.5 seconds of a reload.
What I would say is the only caveat to this would be you'd probably want to correct fall of shot, so you might not be cycling the guns rapidly. You might fire off your first 10, and then wait for corrections, and then you're just gonna dump.
No, to be fair, you probably just barrage, then wait and recalculate after, say, firing 2 or 3 volleys.
You probably do a volley. You probably do a volley. Check where the volley landed, then do another volley, and then check where it landed, then do another volley. And because you can afford to do that, because you can do fire for 20 seconds, check for 20 seconds, fire for 20 seconds, check for 20 seconds, fire for 20 seconds, check for 20 seconds.
And then you go back to check again and realise the Panzer Division's gone.
Which that still means you're getting effectively 6 salvos out. 66-inch shells, and then you correct it. Oof. Goodbye, Panzer Division.
Yeah, and that's just one there. There's one there.
Yeah, that is.
Am I swapping with you for a couple of seconds? Is this?
Well, I've got to get sort Riley.
You sort Riley out? Okay. At a certain point, my sister is going to be chairing the panel for a bit, because I have to go and quickly walk a corgi.
Now,
well, be chased by a corgi.
I absolutely adore the Minotaur class.
It's a good-looking vessel.
The original Design Z and Design ZA.
Right. question from, I'm guessing this is from Steve. The latest US plans to revitalize US shipbuilding. From your defense and security point of view, as discussed in my Salary's video on his channel, US Senator, I have watched it. I would say I will watch with interest and see what actually happens. If it all goes to plan, and if it's all implemented as discussed, it could be really quite interesting. But those are quite big caveats when it comes to any government. If it's implemented as discussed, and the thing that there truly is no unforeseen problems, it could be quite interesting. Then we have YouTube Minecraft Watcher. How much of an effect would the 5-inch 54 have had on World War II if the US Navy had discovered and started producing them, the autoloader on the Forrest Sherman, before World War II, I'm presuming?
The 5-inch 54, yeah, it depends. If they can get it working, well, even if it only functions at a quarter of its reload rate, that's still an increase in rate of fire over the 5-inch 38. And you've got better range. It's basically, the thing is, it's not just the barrel that matters. You have to have the turret mount to go with it, because the problem with the 54 is that it's a much heavier weapon than a 38. You need that powered mount to get the reactivity that you need. If it's just the gun with the autoloader, it's probably going to be less effective than the 38 and will probably be reserved for things like...
I have a theory it would get put on the things that like the Atlantas.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If they get the powered mount, because with the Atlantas you could probably have a single turret in the space of a twin 5-inch 38 that, due to its size, would be able to be powered using the technology of the time. If you're looking at...
Just a quick comment to Examara. In a nicest way, you don't have to be at 3 a.m. in a kitchen party. In a nicest way, you should hear us talking in a airport lounge when we're on the way to the aircraft. There is a reason we get given a wide berth.
But if they get the turret, if they get the mount and the gun, you're basically... It's not gonna be the Fletchers that get changed. They need the printer to keep going on the Fletchers. It's gonna be the stuff that follows the Fletchers. So it's gonna be the gearings. It's gonna be the Allen M Sumners. It's gonna be the they're gonna get single 5-inch 54s instead of twin 5-inch 38s. The destroyer escorts are probably not gonna get them, again due to the desire to increase the speed of production. But the Essex class probably will get them as their AA mounts. In place of their twin 5-inch 38s. Wow, a question I actually was able to answer with some degree of competence.
Yes.
I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Power.
Right. I'll let you answer the next question. And I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to sort things out.
Oh boy. Knight6831 asks, who christened the battleship Queen Elizabeth? That is something I am going to have to look up, but it shouldn't be that hard to find. Should be a fairly
Usually it's the ship's sponsor.
Let me see. Who christened the ship? I'm trying to actually find it. No generative AI. Queen Elizabeth cannot have been commissioned by Queen Elizabeth II because she wasn't born yet.
Are you really going to tell me that the since deceased queen was bound by the rules of linear time and space?
She was, in fact,
she's
bound
not
by
Merlin,
the
I'm
rules
afraid.
of linear. Yeah, she was, in fact, bound by the rules of linear time and space.
Though I could imagine her having tea with Merlin.
Like, all I'm
I
gonna
am
say-
trying to actually find this, and it's proving more difficult than I thought.
Right, our American friend, there is a reason why the Royal Gardens and the Royal Cemetery is the most watered place on the planet. Because the royal family, according to some very interesting sources I found on the American internet, are all lichs.
Sure.
And Big Ben is this massive foci. So when the dials turn a specific colour, they rise from the dead.
Sure.
Which is why the royal guards exist, to make sure they don't stay alive again.
22.
Don't just chat away.
I just need
Share
to-
share it.
How do I just
I
share it?
can't
What do you mean?
actually-
Just chat away and occasionally scroll the questions down. The questions are there. Just keep this in here, and you scroll this bit, okay?
Don't fall over.
And there's the headphones, and I won't
Don't
fall over.
Don't fall over.
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
I won't.
fancy
so-
I
Trellis
have any
tonight.
idea
don't-
what I'm off to do, so
I don't fancy Trellis tonight.
no one fancies Trellis tonight. But I'm taking some painkiller before I go in.
Yeah. Yes, Steve. I know how laying it down works and everything else. I need to know who commissioned it. If I don't know who commissions it, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who commissioned christened Queen Elizabeth I, the battleship. And we're trying to figure it out because Knight asked and I can't find it.
Alex
the
will
question
know.
is, do you know how to throw it back?
Yes. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
I'm the funny fleet man.
person. Hate.
Oh, you're the funny fleet man.
Yes.
Queen
Actually,
Elizabeth
well,
Who commissioned Queen Elizabeth I?
Queen Elizabeth II,
sorry.
the first Queen Elizabeth class battleship. I think it was the Queen at the time, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it probably might have
I
been
can't
actually.
really even find anything on her actual launch ceremony.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the funny
neither can
thing.
I.
I've been
When
looking
was
for
she
that.
launched?
At 1913.
Well, she wouldn't be
In
19.
particular,
It wouldn't be Queen
October
Elizabeth.
16th.
1913. Well, then that would be Edward. It'd be before George VI. It would go back before that, so it'd be George V.
George V.
It might be George V.
Yeah, could be. Sounds about right, actually.
It can't be anybody else. Anybody else is too young. It can't. It really can't.
It's amusing when the Azure Lane Reddit has more information on this than most places.
Well,
Yes, that's because we ship fans are obsessive. Yeah, let's go with obsessive.
Yeah.
it could have been Mary of Teck. Yeah, Mary of Teck would make sense because she's George V's wife. That would make sense. It would be one of the two.
So does Mary of Tech sound like a D&D artificer name?
It does a bit, doesn't it?
It's she was. I forget where she comes from. But yeah, she comes back into.
Presumably a very techie household.
Tech, a place in Germany.
It is Tex in Germany. I was trying to think if she's German or whether she was one of the Russian princesses. I have, because she was certainly related to one of the Russian queen, or whatever
Yes.
the queen was called, the Tsar's wife. She was the Tsarina's wife. She was related to, and I can't remember how. She was Danish. Okay, yeah, but I know
Yes.
I know it was her that said you can't. Yeah, supposedly it was her who said that they wouldn't have the Tsar and Tsarina.
Tech is in Württemberg, Germany,
Yeah, makes sense.
which is
Yes.
which is in Swabia,
It makes
which is South Germany, near Bavaria.
that makes
So
sense.
she might also be Austrian.
Yeah, makes sense.
What? Oh God, it's gone past 20 past 10. I'm
Oh,
sorry, folks, but I'm going to have to love you and leave you. Unfortunately, I have a lot to do
You
tomorrow,
love
so I
me?
need an early start.
All right,
Not like that, ruin on that. It's a turn of phrase.
Good
Good night, everyone. Carry on.
Bye. We got another
That's sick.
question.
Yep.
Interestingly,
All right. Our next question would be
Swabia as
would be from YouTube Minecraft Washer.
Oh.
If you were sent back in time with WoW's Edgar to 1939 and had to serve into the Royal Navy until 47, what actions and battles would you take part in them? None of them.
Oh no, you're taking part in them. Right.
But
So-
this ship is the epitome of it's a machine gun.
So, you know how we were just talking about HMS Minotaur?
Yeah.
HMS Edgar is what happens if we take that design up to 11. To a degree, she
Okay.
is technically based off a 1975 cruiser design study, which once again did use 6-inch turrets. Don't know why, but realistically, it's more based off a expanded design for the Minotaur class. It now has 6 of the twin turrets from the Tiger class, and is now mounted with Ottomalera 76 and 1970s grade radar and sonar. Also, it's also got the mortar you find on the Australian Daring class, the 3-barreled one that flips side to side.
Essentially,
Yeah.
what happens if we took the limiters off Tiger's turrets and modernized her in the 70s, but kept away the missiles for some reason?
Yeah. She is very interesting. She also now has 10 torpedo tubes per side, because apparently 8 per
Is
side
this
wasn't
specifically
enough.
Wowzer's version of
Is
it?
she going to stay
Yeah,
up?
this is the only version of her.
Is she going to stay up? Is she actually going to stay up if she's got that many? Is she actually going to be able to cope with that? Think of the forces
Well,
that's going to tip
she
her over.
She is meant to be like a 20,000 ton
I decided
light
once he started
cruiser.
eating swords to try and power up, it was probably he'd had enough. Let me just go wash my
But
hands.
it's because I'm just thinking, Dragon. Is this specifically her WoW's version? Because she can do something very
I'm pretty sure
funny.
it is, yes. But
The WoW's version can do something very funny.
Yeah, it is the World of Warships Edgar to 1939.
Yes, but does she have the alt fire ability of Edgar?
No, because that's not a thing. Frank Barnwell, she'll tip over. I don't know why you think she would tip over necessarily.
We do have a geotechnical engineer who probably knows a thing or two about dynamic structure stability.
Well-
No. Civil engineering, it stays where it is. Well, most of the time, it stays where it is. We don't do dynamics. We do dynamics to a little thing. We mostly deal in statics.
Because I said, if other ships could manage to stay afloat like this, I do slightly struggle to see why Edgar wouldn't.
And she's basically the size of a Des Moines.
Actually, I think she might be a bit bigger.
She's bigger than Des Moines, and Des Moines can do it.
If she's bigger than that, she should be able to do it. I haven't actually seen her, so I don't know what I'm looking at. And I'm trying
I'll get you a image of her if I can.
But
Where do you want me to stick it?
I don't know where it goes. Where does it go?
Well,
Rudolph?
He's sending me a picture, but I don't know where it's going.
I
who's
don't
sending a
know.
picture?
I guess
She requested to have a picture sent of
Who?
HMS Edgar, and we're not
Bruno?
entirely sure where to send it.
HSS Edgar. What's it look like?
Oh. Sending a picture. Probably it goes to the Discord server.
Yeah.
In which case, I will have a hunt for it.
I'll quit. Why
Huh?
are you quitting?
Don't worry.
You know what, right, kill it. Kill it will suffice.
Put in Killick, and I will see she
Yeah.
gets it.
Yeah, because I can't think how it's going to sound. They was going to put extra turrets and extra missiles.
Yeah?
she's probably not going to
And
be the most stable platform on the
could
planet.
cause
but
the moment of it going off could cause it to tip over.
Yeah.
Just as somebody said, and I went, I don't know, and I'm
That's the sort of question which usually either I do the math solve or Eddie does the math solve.
yeah, it's somebody else.
Yeah.
Right. Images
By the way, if
I
you
said
want an
she-
interesting claim to fame for this one, Eddie Bromhead, her supervisor when she did her PhD, is also the guy who figured out how to get the starter motor to fire more than once on a Sea Harrier when it was going down to the Falklands War, because they hadn't worried about it before the Falklands War.
But yeah, but he also solved with one of my other colleagues what happened at Viant, and has developed ring shear testing machines and done all sorts of other things.
Yes, he's a really interesting gentleman. Hear me have fun conversations.
Thank you.
Ring shear sounds like a very interesting topic on of its own.
Ring shear systems and testing systems are all about testing the structural strength of soil and materials, and you can work out at what point they'll have a landslide by putting it through the machine. But believe it or not, the machines which do the work have all been developed by Eddie and my sister, pretty much, and it comes to something when you go, they're the people who do this work in the world. Why? Because they're the only ones who've built the machines that can do it. And the company that builds the machines, they literally send them designs and they build it to their order. And it's a really interesting piece of tech.
With the sheer amount of people saying it will tip over, I'm now very curious on your opinion, Dr. Clarke.
Yeah?
Do you think HMS Edgar would actually capsize? 'Cause I know a fair chunk about engineering, but not necessarily in this aspect. And to be honest,
HMS Edgar from what? World of Warships?
World of Warships, yes.
I don't think it's any less stable
Like-
than Atlanta or Vito is.
Because it's much heavier, it's much better built. And so... Also, in regards to the question of...
sustained fire from those guns.
Also, in regards to the question of what battle I want to take it in, Escort Force Z. Because Japanese planes versus 1975 radar with Malera 76s.
I don't think it would turn over. I do think it would be... Why are they giving an Otto Malera compact?
That's a very good question.
Why have they given an Otto Malera compact rather than British 3-inch guns from the time period? Anyway, leaving it to one side.
Yeah.
Honestly, no, it wouldn't tip over. But there's other things. There's a huge amount of weight there. If I'm not mistaken, that is a steam plant, and that's
Yes,
going to be a huge chunk of weight in the hull.
Particular... Where is it? Because I believe I actually... 130,000 shaft horsepower, so yeah, some pretty beefy engines.
Yeah, that's going to have an impact on it. It won't. Pain royalties. She wishes. The trouble is the number of machines in the world which do ring shear testing machines are... As said, I can tell you where 3 of them are. They were in her old lab at Kingston University. They're currently not being used because they've got no one at the university who uses them, but the university won't give them up. So yeah. The ocean always to the bone. It's one of the things of also, again, how do I put this? This is going to sound strange, but sometimes if they were really worried about it, they might stick a time delay in the guns, so none of the guns will actually go off simultaneously. They'll go off just slightly after each other or something. But yeah, it's not going to go over. Remember, we're talking about the same people who, they're always predicting ships with lots of guns will go over, and usually the naval architects do their job okay. There was HMS Agincourt in World War One. That was going to fall over. There was even someone who apparently put it forward that the Yamamotos would roll over if they fired their guns. I'm not sure which particular child that was, but there's always one.
I think it'll probably be interesting. The closest comparison is the Worcester-class cruiser.
It's not going to roll over, I take
No.
it. Right, okay.
Because the Worcester-class has same number of turrets, but is built like 5,000 tons lighter. And they didn't capsize when firing all their guns broadside. With a similar level of plant, but...
It's also, there's beam, and there's length to beam ratio, and there's all things. So, yeah. No, I don't think we have got a thing because... Let me see. The nicest way.
Yeah.
There is an example. How do I put this? I do have a trick sometimes for looking up exactly who was there launching them. I look for the launching photographs. Yeah, she was christened by Queen Mary, the Queen Consort. Is what I'm getting. And certainly it would look so from the pictures, because she's in the pictures of it. I think it's Queen Mary, the Queen Consort. Yeah. Which is not unusual. Queens and monarchs often get a christen a lot of ships. Oh yeah, nicest way. The rate of the damage of fire is going to do it. That's got to be a welded ship. You can't have a riveted ship with guns firing at that pressure at that speed. But it is a welded ship, I think, from the designs I've looked at. Certainly would be in that time period. Black Horse. What was the least useful, or it would have been more use, is the resources were put elsewhere. Submarine design that was produced in World War II. Okay, I get into trouble with my statement usually on this, so I'm going to preface this. I think if they'd spent the money they spent on the Type 21, investing in improving the Type 7s, and getting the Type 7s out, and supporting the Type 7s properly, they would have had a far better scenario than developing the Type 21. But, yeah, that's me. Anyone else?
Can you repeat the question?
What was the least useful, or it would have been more use if the resources were put elsewhere? Submarine design was produced in World War II.
I think Type 21 definitely has a good shot at that. To a degree, I also kind of want to say the I-400s.
Yeah, but say the F400s.
I do like the I-400s, but I think they would have been better just producing
I'd say for the
other submarine designs.
For the British, there is a bit of an argument about the S-class, because you have the T's and you have the U's. Do you really need the one in the middle? But there again, they prove pretty darn useful. And they were already developed before World War II, so just sort of continuing on the build.
Yeah, it's just the I-400s, because they just seem like a flawed concept to me.
It's a great idea if you have it in a time enough that you've built a lot of them before 1941. It's a terrible idea to have when they have it. If you had them in service, you had a dozen of them in service in 1940, and you could deploy them in 1941 as part of your attack, so you could do a strike on the Panama Canal at the same time as you're hitting Pearl Harbor or something like that. Or even better, you could strike the Atlantic coast at the same time as you're doing the attack on the Pearl Harbor, as well as strike the Atlantic and the Pacific side of the Panama Canal at the same time as you're hitting Pearl Harbor. That causes huge issues. The Americans are going to be chasing their tails for ages to make sure that never happens again, and that could buy you an extra couple of months of solidifying your position. But that's about it. And the question is, how useful would those extra couple of months be?
Potentially, because what they proposed just after Pearl Harbor, as I recall. So
yeah,
if they were proposed, as you said, for like 39, and actually could try and be done then, you've effectively got 2 years of design studies until build, And then they just weren't built very effectively either.
Starting profiling battleships and barbecue. The problem isn't just building the submarines, it's also getting the crew. And at several times, the German limitation wasn't actually the submarine construction, it was actually crew numbers and having enough crew who could experience period. This is the point at which I tried to point out the other day, whereby every... I said my friend's working on a book about this, and this is the part they've allowed me to say out loud, basically. For roughly every submarine the Germans lost in 1940, that would equate to an extra 15 subs in the end, which they couldn't produce because of the loss of the experienced personnel who formed the kernel of so many other subs later on. And train up the people. So this is a really interesting thing, which if you introduce slightly better ASW numbers of escorts or effectiveness in at the beginning of World War II, you have a massive impact, because over and above the infrastructure the Germans were dealing with and the other calls on their supplies and their materials, they have the limitations of the number of trained personnel they have. Okay. If Oscarborg and other defences were fully crewed, how bad it would end for Germany? Well, they probably don't get Norway, and they probably lose pretty much all the resources they've sent to Norway. So it's not ultimately going to... That's not going to be enough forces lost. It's going to immediately end the war for them. But the more problem is if they've made Norway into an active opponent in World War II, and suddenly the British are able to use Norway as a base for bombers and things like that, and there's the North Sea route out is being patrolled by aircraft going backwards and forwards, and ships going backwards and forwards between Britain and Norway. That becomes far more of a problem. That's going to definitely have an effect on the war. And the thing is, they'd lose a lot of ships, but also the problem is, if they have to withdraw, if you look at the timing of things, if they get in there, they find they're being supported, and decide they have to pull back and withdraw, they're going to withdraw straight into the Royal Navy. So anything that pulls back is going to get, especially from the ones which have gone further north, are going to get beaten up. And you have to remember, the ones which go further north have had longer to go. There's more time for them to be prepared. So yeah. Excellent. Lady Moose. Lady Moose? You've got Lady Moose.
I know these units are berserkers and they're in 40K, but boy howdy do they have a lot of head injuries.
Oh.
They've got so much frigging cyberware on them, it's not even
Lady
funny.
Lady Moose died in 1910.
When are ships christened in Royal Navy tradition?
So maybe well, that's the third baronet's wife. That's Valerie. And he dies. The third baronet died in 1900, and he had no heirs. Muse. So I don't. Hedworth Lambton changes his name to Mew, so it could be his wife. I love the way we've gone down this one, this whole route. So it could be his wife, because he changed his name in 1911. And he was promoted Admiral of the Fleet by 1915, so his wife would have been quite senior in naval circles. and he inherited quite a lot. But his wife was Mildred Cecilia Harriet. I don't know if she was it was ever called Lady Muse though, because she was. So he changed his name from Lambton to Muse, but that's oof. I still think it's probably there again. He is Commander-in-Chief Portsmouth at the time, and she was built in Portsmouth. So, could be. But, yeah, it wouldn't be Valerie Muse. It would be Mildred Cecilia Muse, the wife of the former Hedworth Lambton, who changed his name to Muse after Lady Muse died. But I still think it was Queen Mary for some reason. Thank you. I could be wrong though. As I said, I could be wrong. I did my own search on Google search, and that's what came up.
You got better Google foo than I do. I got a whole lot of nothing. Just like the story of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, I have just found a note for the picture. And I think it was Lady Muse, Cecilia, the one I was talking about, launched it, but Queen Mary was in attendance.
That could cause the confusion. I imagine the Queen showing up tends to suck the wind out of a lot of sails.
Yeah. And the reason I found this out is because connected to the picture was also a quote thing which goes to a section of the electric ring main of HMS Queen Elizabeth, which you could actually buy. Unfortunately, it's been sold, but it was on Atlas Antiques. So that, next time I go hunting through Drax's house, I need to be on the lookout for ring main desk weights.
Are you
But
sure that
she's not
he
called
hasn't-
Lady Mew, she's called Cecilia Mew in the thing, because she's not the wife of a lord. She's the wife of an admiral who has changed his name to Mew, because he's inherited... Yeah, it's weird.
Are you sure that Drac is not saving up the money to relocate some certain pieces of armor plate to his residence?
Oh, trust me. Yeah, he's after that.
Or maybe the friendly sea mine will be using that as a lever to get La Casa Drac relocated to Cornwall.
Mm-hmm. Runa, can you keep an eye on on Twitch, because something's coming through, and they're coming through very short questions, so we'll see what's going on. If Turkey ordered 2 German Brandenburg-class based Turgut-class pre-dreadnoughts and Greece ordered 2 Mississippi-class Lemnos-class pre-dreadnoughts, how do the 2 classes compare? Do I have to go to war in either of them? They are. It'll be an interesting thing, basically. In terms of comparing, well, the Mississippi class, if I can spell Mississippi right to get to find the right notes, pretty decent little ships. Well, they're 4 12-inch. Now, they're good ships. And 8 8-inch guns. They're good stock American warships, so there's nothing wrong with them. The Brandenburg class. Yeah, they're the ones with the extra gun amidships, which is always an interesting one. Honestly, I'd say if you're just building 2 of them in terms of availability and our systems, I would go with the Mississippi's being the better option. But the Brandenburgs are going to be look good on paper. I think, just to quickly answer the question that's been asked over a massive amount of questions, in terms of the Japanese, no, they just went through the parts of the ocean where there weren't other ships. I've done videos about the whole Japanese approach to Pearl Harbor, etc. They literally just chart a course so that they don't go through any shipping lanes. And there's no satellites like there are today. There isn't the flying network of aircraft going overhead, and there weren't radar. There were the radars whilst there weren't operating on the range of that. So, yeah, they just went where no one was, so they didn't get seen.
Yeah,
and the thing is, the US weren't at war at that point. No one was at war at that time, and the Americans believed the Japanese would never attack Pearl Harbor. They'd go for the Philippines. And no one is more confident than someone who has a firm belief. The world might have been at war, but America wasn't. It's ego.
Not only that, but they also didn't think that the Japanese fleet and air arm had the reach to get to Pearl Harbor.
They fundamentally believed it wasn't possible. They also believed you couldn't attack in that shallow harbor.
Like I said,
no guns were not banned in Japan after World War II. But they've had self-defense forces for a long time.
The Pearl Harbor attack was enabled on the U.S. side by a deadly combination of arrogance and ignorance.
Yeah. It's nice. As I said, I would say the YouTube channel has a lot of videos on the issue. We'll explain it far more detail. You've got the quick Bruships question response. But the on the YouTube channel there are like 2 3-hour-long videos which go into all the details, and there's even hour-long videos, there's 3-hour lives, and those sort of things which are there, which will go into it all, and I've discussed it all in a lot of detail. So you've had the quick prese. I hope that's helped and answered some of your question. But if you want to go see the full detail, there's the YouTube channel, which is the same name, and you will find everything there in long form. What are the stats on my new computer? Pretty decent at the moment, but it's in holding form. There are bits going to be changed over time. But I'm happy with it. I haven't changed it. I haven't included its name hasn't changed yet. But it's still got the old name, but that's because it hasn't completed its transition to the new setup. Honestly, it's proving quite nice to me. But if I go and find the specs, we have on this channel, on this computer, roughly 15 terabytes of storage across 4 different forms of 2 SSDs, 1 NVMe, and 1 lovely traditional magnetic disk. We have a 12 gigabytes graphics card, which is always a fun one to have. It provides me enough. 64 gigabytes of RAM at the moment, but that's going to be upgraded. And the new processor is an Ryzen 9 7900X 12 core, and it's currently running at 4.8 gigahertz, which is slightly more than its standard. Stock is 4.7. It's running at 4.8. It's got 4.8 set as the maximum because it can do it because of the way I've set up the knock to a fan. Because I've offset the knock to a fan, and I've made sure all the airflow in it is nicely designed so that there's a constant updraft from below by putting the fans above that are pulling the air out and pushing it up. So the hot air is constantly being drawn up out of it, and yeah, it's doing well.
Did you tinker under the hood?
Just a little bit. It's just a little bit tinkered. I haven't done much. Just tinkered a little bit. Just made sure everything worked the way I wanted it to.
I'm sure you did, Dr. Clarke. I'm sure you did.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things which filter into the Pearl Harbor Pearl Harbor. All sorts of things which filter into it. Right. But no, it's a good thing, and it's helped. We've done that one. We have.
When you do get a chance,
Yeah.
Doctor, if I can get you to throw an eyeball on your DMs. Is that the guy's? That's the guy's head. I think that's the guy's head.
I will do once we've we're through the questions.
Fair enough.
Knight 681.
Figured I'd ask.
Is it accurate that 1999 was an overly optimistic out-of-service date for the Blackburn Buccaneer? Yeah, because like any successor aircraft would come on time. And I can now open questions, apparently, again. Is that okay, Steve?
Just slightly more about the Buccaneer. As far as I'm aware, from what Blackburn said, the aircraft had at maximum 15 to 20 year lifespan for the airframes. They were, by the late 80s, they were already a better part of half a decade over that lifespan. And that showed with the state of the airframes. Like, you weren't going to get anything more out of them.
No.
Basically.
And as normal, I'm planning on carrying on to midnight as normal. I hope that's okay. I know Fleet has already left us while my sister was here. I don't know if my sister scared him off. Was Fleet intimidated by my sister?
The official answer that I'm required to give is no. The unofficial answer is whatever's funnier. I choose to believe that he was cowed by her geotechnical expertise.
I was thinking he couldn't deal with a scenario which suddenly went over 3 girls to 2 boys.
You know what? That one is funnier. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one.
Right. So, Brand Larson, if the panel could visit any of the major island groups in the Pacific, what would you each choose and why? I've never been to Hawaii as a tourist, and I'd love to actually go round the museums and the various things they have there. But honestly, probably the Galapagos Islands, because I just want to see the stuff that's there. It just looks cool.
Beachy.
I'm gonna pick.
Admittedly, I'm going to Japan soon. Japan never really counts to me. I know it's technically islands in the Pacific, but they are kind of very big islands.
I'm gonna pick Hawaii as one of the 24 states in which I'm still legal in.
Mm-hmm.
But as you might not know, I'm a very lazy person. And the beaches at Fiji are brilliant to just laze around on.
Runon, have you opened the questions for? Because I think it's just told poor Lions that they're closed on Twitch.
Oh no, my poor son's dumb.
No. Dragon?
I would probably cheat and say Japan. Like, I'll be honest, most of the Pacific Islands don't really catch my interest that much. Like, yeah, I guess Fiji could be semi-interesting. Like, there's a couple of them, but Japan is the one that would be overwhelmingly, yes, this is where I'd want to go. Because culture and the museums, the architecture, and a lot of other things. Yes, also the weeb nature would also come into it.
I would
But
like to
there
say
is more to Japanese culture that I do like.
I would like to say that my suggestion for the title of the trip to Japan has not been accepted by my colleagues. The 7 Shipping Samurai is not allowed, apparently.
Did you run that one by Leslie first? Just asking.
No. I was just asking the colleagues. 7 Shipping Samurai. It wasn't open. I think we currently got a functioning name. We're functioning goal while we come up with a trip name, and that's possibly one of the things we're going to suggest to people. Because I've just called it the Mikasa Montage 20 for 25.
You're a menace, good sir. You're a menace.
How are the bomb Black Horse? How are bombs such an effective tactic other than the damage or psychological damage when their accuracy was not the best? So there was a huge risk of not hitting your target. Literally sheer quantity and ease. There is one of the things you have to remember is whilst the bombs were not as accurate as modern day ones, they were also quite a lot cheaper. And you just basically tossed a lot of them and hoped some of the cookies crumbled where you needed them to. And that's
But I never want
and
my
you hit your
cookie to
target.
But I don't want my cookie to crumble.
Deal with it. But it's a cheap way of causing damage. It's an artillery strike by another means. At that point, that's what area bombing is. Area bombing is an artillery bombardment with a different form of artillery.
Are you saying that aircraft should have been placed under the artillery corps and not the signal corps?
There was an honest debate about it. But originally started off as reconnaissance assets. So that's why they're the signal corps. Colin Cameron, if you could find plans paperwork for anything in a dusty old box in an old Admiralty storehouse from Henry VIII's time till 1970, what would it be and why? Well, I have to say the Queen Elizabeth class HMS Agincourt subvariant would certainly be up there, as it would finally solve mine and Drax's debate over it, and we would find out that I had won, because of course it was going to be 6 18-inch guns, not 9 15-inch guns in 3 triple turrets. Of course I'm right, but we'll see. We'll see. We need to find a design to actually be sure. The other one, of course, would be the Admiral class conversion. To a Admiral class carrier conversion, because I'd like to have a see what that was going to be. There's so many. There is so many, realistically. I'd also love to find out if they did any. If anyone did any, how do I put this, angled flight deck designs based on the Malta hull, and worked out exactly what they could have been. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Well, actually, no. Anyone from the panel want to have suggestions for Colin Cameron's questions before I move on?
Not really.
What's the question?
If you could find any plans, paperwork from anything in a dusty... yeah.
Oh.
I mean, paperwork. I'll take the Son of Tomcat design.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I remember reading it be referenced, but I haven't been able to find anything about it online. But a prototype attempt to navalize the Pew fighter. Just because I want to know how that went. Pew fighters, strange little aircraft. Strange aircraft.
No, yeah, MOD or Admiralty. Then, yeah, definitely. I would want to look into the various different tank design projects. So while I do love naval stuff, the sheer amount of weird and wacky tank designs or one-off does this work is wonderful. Like, for instance, we know in the Churchill gun carrier they tested a 32-pounder gun, the same that they found on Tortoise, in a Churchill gun carrier.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond them, that we know they did this, there's basically no records of how they did this or anything else on that. So basically finding a box of all these little weird, well, this is what we did to see if could we do it.
Ooh. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Then YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if every B-17, B-24 and Lancaster suddenly became B-52 Stratofortresses with bombs, fuel, manuals and parts?
The Axis forces have a terminal life extension problem.
Yeah, in nicest way, that means you're going to be able to easily hit all the oil fields in Europe and all the oil supplies for that Germany, and they're going to basically you're going to be able to take out oil and coal at the the source, basically. At that point, you've just won the war very quickly. Have you read Herman Cahn's on Thermonuclear War? If so, what do you think of it? I read it a long time ago. Honestly, it's blended into a whole lot of other books on nuclear war. I'd have to go and look it up again. I'll look it up again and I'll get back to you on that one. Now, how's that sound? Give me a couple of weeks and ask it again, and I'll make sure I look it up. Okay? Black Horse.
Wow, what book's that?
Herman Cahn's on Thermonuclear War. It's interesting discussion.
Okay, how do you spell that first name?
Curious.
Herman, and then
What
it's
was it?
Kahn. K Herman, and then it's Kahn. K-A.
On
Kilo
Thermonuclear
Alpha
War.
Hotel November.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who does that.
Apparently, it's a controversial treatise on the nature of nuclear theory and war.
Yeah, but honestly, they're all considered controversial. I don't think there's any. I don't think I've ever seen a treatise on nuclear war which wasn't considered controversial. Because you're dealing in such large sums of people dying, you cannot fail to be controversial. What would the outcome of the Allies falling apart early in into World War II?
How?
It's going to depend on how they fall apart. It's going to depend on how early they fall apart, and it's going to depend on why they're falling apart. And yeah, that's going to be a massive one. So yeah, that's too big to sort of answer in a Bruships question. That's more a patron. If Chile had ordered 2 Vanguard class battleships pre-war, how would Argentina and Brazil respond? Cry. No. More probably, they'd probably be ordering their own ships. But if Chile has the bank balance to order such ships, then the others are going to either have to find the bank balance to order it, or they're going to be in trouble. But I don't think Chile's going to get it. If Chile is ordering 2 Vanguard, at the same time the British are ordering, let's say, their own Vanguard, and it's somehow being laid down in 1938, 39, all 3 ships, and the British ship would have to be laid down first for them to be designed for Chile to order. Then in a nice way, they're all getting procured by the British during the war, and they're getting used by the British. Also,
if somebody does submit that last question to Patreon, add more details.
Yeah.
Because
I don't
question impossible to speculate on without more details.
Yeah. Colin Cowan, can you give any recommendation on books about the Belgian Navy? Oh, good lord. There is one. Let me hunt down my own books.
That if I ever decide to paint another army in orange, please stop me.
You're going to. It's a precondition. Once you like Iron Brew, you're just going to find yourself doing it.
Well, luckily, GW has yet to release another army that I want, and I have plans for all of the other armies that I have. I'm not looking forward to my sisters. I'm not looking forward to my sisters. I'm not looking forward to my sisters.
What are your sisters going to be?
White.
That's going to be fun. Now,
I'm not looking forward to the.
There is an English translation of Louis Leconte's book. Leconte is spelled Leconte, and that was originally published in 1945 and was the history of the Belgian Navy up till 1940. There is a book that's more recently published in 2020 by Christian Connix, which is from 1946. And I think those are the two major works which you can call on. But they are all translations of books, because honestly, the only people who seem to write books about the Belgian Navy are Belgians. And they usually write it in French.
Oh, gee. I wonder why.
They wouldn't consider it of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they could write it in Svangili.
Could do.
Oh, Spanglish. Is Spanglish an actual language?
It's an actual language in the same way any other language is an actual language. It's definitely an actual language on job sites.
Because I've seen it referred to as a dialect, but also as a
Banner change, Dr. Clarke.
Okay. Alright. And Examara, do you agree there's no advantage of designing and operating a full-sized, uncrewed submarine? Currently, I can foresee no advantage in scaling one up to the size equivalent with a modern SSN, as you don't need the accommodation space, but it could get up to the size of some of the modern SSKs. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it did, as you start adding more assets. If you're starting to look for something which is going to carry torpedoes, sensors, have sufficient battery life, as well as maybe a power generation, and have maybe cruise missiles, you're not going to get... You're going to get onto the lower end of the SSK size bracket. I'm sorry, you just are. But it's going to depend on how things develop. Brandon Larson, French, I presume? Flemish, yes, Flemish. But most of the books seem to be written in French rather than Flemish. From what I can see. They could be written in Flemish, but I can see French versions of them advertised, and there are English translations, I think, of the French versions available from my notes. No worries. Alex Kane, how likely is South Korea to produce warships for US or any other country next decade? If anyone wants to buy them, the South Koreans will produce them, but I doubt anyone will go buy them, because warships are usually something many countries are very, very fastidious over. And if you're not buying... the options are some of the smaller European countries, which might want to replace South Korean prices, and some of the Southeast Asian countries. And maybe even Africa. But it's going to be interesting to see who comes and whether they want to pay their prices. I don't think America will. Because if you consider quite a lot of motivations and ideas behind a lot of the current government policy in America seems to be with the idea of trying to rebuild industry in America, foreign ordering ships abroad is just not going to work out for that. Robert Dennett, does it say something philosophical? Oh, I think we answered that one. Didn't we? We did that one about just submarines.
Yes.
Submarine names versus numbers. Kingdom of Finland. How useful could nuclear-powered transatlantic liners be as a clean form transport? Theoretically, very good. Practically, very, very annoying because so few ports will actually accept nuclear-powered ships going into them. So that's your problem.
You have a bigger issue of realistically the ticket for such a liner is, unless it can do like 50 knots plus sustained, is the labor alone is going to make it comparable to an airliner ticket, but it's going to take 4 or 5 times as long minimum.
Basically, people like me and Drac would love it, and we'd always be traveling by it. But we're about the only ones who probably are able to schedule our life enough that we could have the time to do so.
Essentially, you would either have to subsidize tickets or penalize air flight to the point to make it economical. And even then, people are going to look at the time investment. Because, like, if you take a train ticket to go to, because I looked at this a couple years ago, if you grab a train from Williamsburg, Virginia, which is the closest train station to me, to go down to Texas Gulf Coast, it's going to cost you about $500.
Yeah.
And 3 days. But I could grab a puddle jumper to go from Newport News International to an appropriate airport in Texas, and it would cost me about the same, but I'd be there in a couple hours versus a couple of days.
Which means less time off work, which means you can pay for it more.
Work, more time on the ground, or, I could take the same time and have more time on the ground. Because at that time, being in Texas was not really an issue for me. And, to be frank, it's not really worth, even though the cost is the same, it's not really worth it. So that's the problem. That's the problem a transatlantic ocean liner is going to have.
Plane is just superior on most metrics, or at least movement of passengers.
Yeah.
Nice.
It might have some use cargo. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, don't count. Cargo is probably where most things like matter. Trains. It also depends on where you're talking about. Honestly, I could never see me getting on a plane to fly from Cornwall to London. I just don't need to.
Very fair point.
The nearest airport to me for starters is Exeter, which is already a couple of hours away. And then I fly from there to London. Yeah, but nicest way, once you've added on to it, getting on the train takes me a certain amount of time. But I'm there. I don't have to worry about my package. I don't have to worry about anything. I can get on the train quite locally. But if I was going across the whole of Europe, yeah, I'm going to probably get a plane. It's distance as well. It's what you... Trains are good for what I would classify as retail distances in terms of passenger transport. And planes are better for longer distances than that. Is it accurate? Is it accurate to say the BAE Hawk's long-term replacement will have to work with the Tempest? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by work with. They will have to be a feeder, definitely a suitable feeder that's going to feed pilots into that program, but yeah, that's kind of obvious. It's long-term. BAE's Hawk's roles primarily procured as a training aircraft and as a bit of a stunt aircraft for promotions, but that's about it. Question from Steve. Preference for submarine-launched UVs. Those designed to fit inside torpedo tubes or using a system designed external to the hull system. I actually have a third option. You actually have a garage built into the outer hull, not the pressure hull, the outer hull, that you can bring it into. You actually have a garage system. And that's what they're sort of looking at. There are options being looked at because, SSBNs, the trunk systems for the ballistic missiles, etc. All these systems offer ideas of how to try and potentially run this in a secure and safe way, and they're going to look into it. They're going to work on it. So, yeah, they're going to be... it's going to depend on what you want the UV to do. It's going to depend on what it is wanted for. Is going to affect its size. And as I've said before, the reason why carriers have grown in size, why air groups always sort of start off and start growing smaller as time goes on a carrier, is because if you want more from the aircraft, you want the aircraft to do more, it's going to be a bigger aircraft because it's got to have space for the systems to be able to do it and able to do that, plus the lift and the facilities to be able to support those systems. Right? So that adds to the size of the aircraft, which then adds to the size of the carrier if you want to operate a certain number of aircraft. It's the same with UAVs, it's the same with uncrewed assets. Drones are very small when you want them to do very limited things. When you want them to do bigger, they get bigger. They get a lot bigger. Lions, I think underwater, when it's like that, I think it's called a moon pool rather than a well deck.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Lions, what would you say is the most important enlisted and officer rank for each service? I am not going there. That is a minefield. You wish to get me killed.
The only way to win that game is to just not play it.
They're all important.
If you're a dwarf, why would you have just a chin beard?
Like I wanted to know, what is the best modern naval gun? Modern naval gun?
For what purpose?
Look, if I was going to pick a favourite because of such a variety of capabilities, it's got to be the Otto Malera's 3-inch 76mm gun. But if I want a main gun, it's not going to be a 3-inch gun. It's going to be a 5-inch or a 4.5-inch gun. If we're talking modern systems, but you know, that's the reality of it. Anyone else got any favourite guns?
Doesn't Otto Malera have either a 6 or an 8-inch on the board ready to go?
I think they do have a 6-inch somewhere.
That's not strange, but the Kalashnikov point defense guns. Not because they're particularly good, just because they sound and look cool. Yeah. Who doesn't want to say they've got a Kalashnikov?
There's not really any modern guns that I really look at too much. The problem with most modern naval stuff is it's a bit more outside of my area where I tend to look at.
Mm. John South, you stated that if the AMCs, like Rawalpindi, would be better if they had torpedoes, yet they are almost identical in size to Pretoria Castle. What AMCs they had been converted to Max? What was it? They had been converted to Max in 1939. Okay, John South, are you still in the chat? Can you explain your question? Because you stated that if the AMCs like Rawalpindi would have been better if they had torps. Yes, I have. They would have been. Rawalpindi, for example, if she'd had torpedoes, would probably have sunk both Scharnhorst and Gneisenau because they get so close to her. That if she had torpedoes in her lower positions to launch, which theoretically she could have done, they would have had salvos of torpedoes coming in from such close distance. Whilst they probably sort of still sink Rawalpindi, they'd have all probably been sunk at the same time. It would have been a case of, yes, we sunk the Rawalpindi. Yes, we sunk Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. This was not a fair exchange.
We call this one taking one for the team.
We call this one, we lost an armed merchant cruiser. They sunk the two. They sunk the two fast battleships of the German Navy that actually work at the moment. Oh, really? It would be kind of an admiral sitting there going, "I'm so sorry about the crew," whilst trying to hold back the smile of the Germans no longer having a fast battleship in service. Yeah. And then, yet they have almost
like-
identical size to Pretoria Castles. The AMCs, would they have been converted to Max in 1939? Most weren't converted to Max in 1939. Most are converted to, most are doing other issues or carrying on. They get used at various things throughout the war. In fact, AMCs are still being used throughout the war because they're good deterrence assets. How much more useful would they be used instead of turning AMCs into Max? Let's put it this way. Merchant aircraft carriers are a great thing, but they can't take ships prisoner. And the AMCs are mostly about serving as picket ships to watch out for German surface raiders and provide extra ships out there watching for them. And also to scoop up any merchant ships which are able to be scooped up and have prize crews for that duty. So, in a nice way, they're doing duties which can't be done by Max, but if you did have merchant aircraft carriers earlier in the war, they would be helpful. They certainly had the designs for them earlier in the war. But you need both, realistically. Do you take Fleet of Oceans to a maid coffee shop in Tokyo? Timu, you don't need to suggest ideas for torturing Fleet. We have a lot of them already. But there again, you can never have too many.
Clarke, I will say, Dr. Clarke, if you don't, I will admit to being disappointed.
Oh, there are so many things planned. In the nicest way, a maid cafe would be far more gentle than what we've got planned.
I'll be more disappointed if you do take him, but I don't see any of it.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Steve Clarke, because I guess I have done something to offend him, has suggested that I do an Iron Brew Berlin Camo Armored Brigade. No.
Yes.
No.
I think we should also look now. Put Iron Brew Camo yes in the chat if you believe Runon should do such a brigade. Iron Brew Camo yes in the chat. That's what you put in the chat. If enough of you put it in the chat, Runon will do it. Iron Brew Camo yes.
We'll tack that on to the bill for the Minecraft server.
The Timatu already come in with Iron Brew Camo yes.
Anyway, I would also like, seeing as how I'm going to be.
We need a lot more than just one. We need many more. Oh, there's a Bohemian Boy, 1981, both come in. Lots of people coming in.
5, 6. You all are needlessly cruel to me.
Carry on. More.
And the other one was Steve has suggested that the Leagues of Votan are Gen Z dwarves. I don't know what to think about that one.
Not a bad description.
Yeah, but Gen Z tends to be either just generally anarchist, and Votan are not capitalists; they're mercantilists.
I mean, when was the last time you actually interacted with Gen Z?
I work with too many of them, and you.
Don't take this wrong way. I wouldn't consider Foxo to be an explicit example of Gen Z.
Listen, she's Gen Z in the same way that I'm millennial.
No, she
Berlin,
is. She's closer to millennial than you are.
Excuse me? No. You just did not call me a millennial.
In sheer cynicism
I have
and sarcasm, she is definitely closer to a millennial.
Please, I have self-respect. I'm not a millennial.
No, you don't.
I've seen what you say in your server. You have no self-respect. Don't lie to me.
Iron Brew Camo, yes, coming in, quite a few of them. What does everyone mean with Iron Brew Camo? Because YouTube Minecraft Warfare, if enough people put Iron Brew Camo yes in the chat, then Runon is going to paint an entire brigade of Iron Brew Camo, Iron Brew colorings, Berlin Camo troops. So look up the Berlin Camo scheme for the British Army. Then imagine it in Iron Brew colours, and that's Iron Brew Camo, yes.
Runon, I would feel sorry. I would feel sorry for you, but I'm trying to replicate the Galleon tank armor color scheme Valkyria Chronicles for my Imperial Guard, so I don't feel sorry for you.
Why is this entire community just cruel to me? Am I the backup fleet?
Do you want
Yes,
an end back?
you're not fleet, you're float.
I mean, I do have 2 small floaties.
And I was gonna say something much ruder there, but sure.
Yeah, but we have to keep this PG-13 at the limit, so...
Yeah, I mean, joke about... I mean, poo jokes are
Stop. Move
PG-13,
on.
right?
Yet. Keep torturing Rune on with 40K
Moving
stuff.
on swiftly before Dr. Clarke starts to ban us all.
What did I do?
Here
by
is an example
association.
of the Berlin camo. This in Iron Brew colours. So Iron Brew camo, yes, and Runon has to paint it.
Like, considering, Steve, the fact that you did it in 6 millimeter scale, I don't know how you did it, but I am impressed.
I mean, it might as well be 6 nanometer scale at that point.
Yeah. Then again,
Right.
6 nanometer chieftain.
1981, is it accurate that to argue that by 1980 the ex-Royal Navy Buccaneers used by the Royal Air Force should have been started to be retired? Yes. Into Morrison, are there any ships do you think do not have enough that you do not have enough information about? That is such a long list that frankly we are not going to answer that here because there is pretty much no
HMS
ship that I feel
Arkansas.
like I have enough information about. There is no ship I have enough information about. There are whole debates about certain parts of Warspite we don't have information about. If you go down really, really into the weeds of naval history, debating, there is this debate about how the armor was exactly structured in some parts of a rebuild. Because the designs are just, they have phrasing on them like, as the yard advises, as the yard feels feasible, sort of phrasing like that. Mark Harkness, Dr. Clarke, the Time Lord goes back. Dr. Clarke, the Time Lord goes back to 1915. How does he persuade the government to trade Courageous and Glorious for Resistance?
I need context here.
So basically, how do I get a third Renown class without getting Courageous and avoid Courageous and Glorious? I have a long conversation with various members of the government.
Is that actually a good trade, though?
Well, if you don't have Courageous and Glorious, but you do have a third R-class, a third R-class battlecruiser, you probably have a ship you're going to upgrade and keep around, so you're probably not going to lose it like you did lose Tiger. That might function into the numbers of ships awarded in the Washington Naval Treaty. We'll see. That's an interesting one on London later on. But more importantly, that probably means that the hulls you have, the best hulls you have for conversion to carriers, are going to be the Admiral class hulls.
Yeah, because I was just thinking more, because it's definitely better in terms of a capital ship then.
Also means you don't have Furious as well,
carrier?
so you know all sorts of interesting options come in.
Because Glorious and Furious did do well for themselves, but well,
you wouldn't convert a Renown class to a carrier because they're too useful.
Yeah.
The main thing is I'd have a long discussion about the Admiral class, and I'd want at least 6 to be being built.
As carriers or as battle cruisers,
Because
fast battleships.
I would want at least 4 converted to carriers. Because if I could get, and if I'm back to 1915 and I can make the case, the moment they decide they want to cancel them or transfer them, I go, look, let's turn 4 into aircraft carriers, and convert at least 2 as it, and then we have 4 carriers and 5 battle cruisers, which are all 15-inch gun ships, as the core of a fast wing for the post-war scenario. To go around the world.
And you've just completely upended the treaty system.
Yes, because I have 4 45,000-ton carriers already in service. By the time the treaty comes in, 2 45,000
tons
battle cruisers,
capital assets.
Yeah.
Has anyone told you that you can be particularly cruel at times?
Yeah. It's fun. It definitely would have an impact on the treaty system. Especially the way I design the carriers, because they would have armored decks and deck edge lifts.
Note to self: never piss off Dr. Clarke.
Phrasing.
Budguy829, how effective were
Language.
the early US homing torpedoes in World War II? The initial
I'm being
batches of
slandered in
them.
the chat.
Hmm?
I'm being slandered in the chat.
No one would slander Runon in the chat.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher is saying that I'm suddenly liking Hosh.
Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel. It's not as cruel as saying "May you be blessed by the good idea, fairy," but it is cruel. It's getting up there. Take Alex Kane. Were there any? How effective? This is by Guys Design. How effective were the early US homing torpedoes in World War II? The first batches were interesting. As time went on, they got a lot better, and for World War II tech, they're pretty darn good. Once they're into full production, they're actually doing they're good systems for the tech of their period. One of the troubles is people sometimes compare them to ones which come out immediately post-war and those things, and they go, they're not as good as that, and they go, no, they're not, but they're perfectly fine for their period. So yeah, they're okay. Were there any German wonder weapons that could have affected the outcome of the war? Not really. Theoretically, the V2, if you managed to give it a nuclear warhead, could have affected the outcome of the war, but that's about it. And then only if you could really hit further than the UK. Because by the time it's coming into service, Germany's already dealing with such a fast-moving war and is already being pushed back. And the way they stopped the V2 sites from working was to overrun them. So, in a nice way, if you don't have something which can hit a lot further, a lot longer away than the UK, you've got a problem. And you also need to be more accurate. Now, Black Horse. How effective were homing torpedoes in World War II? Okay. So they are certainly a problem. They are certainly a capability. Because of the difficulty of deploying them and numbers they're deployed, they're not really that effective. But they were building up to it, and they would certainly, if they'd come slightly earlier or war had carried on longer, they would certainly have been quite a menace to deal with. That's the most accurate answer you can probably give on them.
But there was countermeasures.
There were. There are always countermeasures. So it's one of the things. People believe that weapons can be produced and there's going to be no countermeasures. Anything a human can produce, they can usually develop a countermeasure for. And usually at some point someone goes, well, what about ballistic missiles? And I go, look at all the ABM systems there are there. Yes, it's not exactly cheap or easy, but you can do it. And also, most humans have come to the idea of it's better to just stop the missile launching in the first place. At which point they tend to weaponize things like diplomacy. Bug89, if you were in charge of the US Constellation class frigate program, how would you design the ship and how many ships would you class have? I'd probably go with the ship that's currently designed. It fits the American needs. Honestly, I'm not going to change it too much. But how many ships would the class have? Basically, I'd start ordering them, and I wouldn't stop building until the US Navy cried uncle. That's it, basically. They need a lot of the frigates. They do. They really do need some frigates, and they're in trouble if they don't have enough. Castania.
You said they need a lot of frigates?
Yeah. What is the team's opinion of fantasy authors having a group that is only shipborne, no home ports? What do you think?
Depends on the setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on your setting. Something like Forgotten Realms, D&D, Pathfinder, that kind of thing. Yeah, you got magic. Magic fixes a lot of problems.
I would
Warhammer
say
Fantasy and vampire pirates that live under the sea.
there are various options for it. There are. I would say it does definitely depend on the context of the scenario and whether it makes sense. One of the things that really I sort of had fun to extent understanding in some ways was Glenn Stewart's books on the Peacekeepers of the Soul series, because there's an entire trading species which live in spaceships. They never seem to go the planet side. They just trade with planets for what they need, but they live entirely in these massive fleets. Massive fleets they have to protect them, to fight them, to sort of protect themselves, and everything's built in the fleet. And I was just sitting there thinking, the sheer amount of infrastructure you would need to build, the sheer complexity of those fleets, the sheer difficulty of arranging it, it's immense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not technically a story, but on that lines, there's a species from a set of from a poetry anthology in Ireland, in Irish, which is about essentially a massive fleet of religious pilgrim tortoises that go around the galaxy as essentially pilgrims going to the planets of long dead species. And it's like, it's a cool idea, it's just it needs to be done right, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to bring that up because no one's ever heard of it. It's annoying.
It sounds cool. Bug guy here tonight. How much changes if the US Navy gets a naval version of the F-22? Ooh, well, that's a true successor to the Tomcat. And so that means probably you get an F-18 Super Hornet, which is far more orientated towards being a bomb truck. And the USN has got an aircraft which is fundamentally going to be very different to an F-22. It's going to have a completely different airframe for starters, airframe in terms of strength points for landing on a carrier, and some of the build, etc. But it's going to be a successor to Tomcat, and that's going to be their air-to-air aircraft that's going to provide their dominance for air-to-air at sea. And probably at this point, honestly, there's an even argument of, does the US Navy even get involved in the F-35 program if they have an F-22 like aircraft? Because it doesn't fit. When do they need to replace it? Do they need to replace an F-35, or do they need? They don't need to. It's a really interesting question when you think about it. What do you all think? USN gets an F-22.
Why? Would be my counter.
Replacing the Tomcat.
Yeah, but
Some of them decides they need to.
It's that, if I remember correctly, the Tomcat is capable of fulfilling the strike role as well. Is the F-32 capable of it?
Well, it would have to be a USN adapted variant, so probably would have the ability to take external stores, which would make it compatible with the Tomcat. In that role.
My thought is, why would you go for a naval F-22? You could
at
probably
that point
make
you're
a better
sacrificing
plane.
the strength of the F-22.
Yeah.
But if they do get a naval F-22 and they keep using them, well,
basically, I see it happening as if someone basically goes, the USN goes, we really do want to replace the Tomcat, we really do need an air defense fighter for the role, and the government, someone basically goes, well, we have a bright idea, the US Air Force is doing the F-22 program, you've got to take something from the F-22 program. And you can adapt it, but it's got to be from the F-22 program. Knight, I know all those aircraft needed replacing, and they would still need replacing, but entirely the US Navy doesn't need to replace its Super Hornets as part of that. And if the Super Hornets have replaced the F-18s, because they still got the Super Hornets, let's say, and the F-22s replaced the Super Hornets replaced the Intruders and the F-18s, and the Tomcats were replaced by an F-22, then why does the US Navy need to get involved in the F-35 program? What do they need it for?
Probably because Pentagon's going to force them to, but...
Yeah, but we've seen how much they've slow-walked it already. Imagine if they might be involved, but they could slow-walk it even more. We already have a stealth aircraft to do seed operations. That's our F-22.
Stafford, that is completely dependent upon how much sleep you need. I have to be out of my house by 5:30, 5:45. I get up at my first alarm goes off at 4:30. I'm usually in bed by 12. I do not recommend this as a healthy sleep pattern.
Well, you could do a me and not go to sleep at all.
Yes, but I'm not a mutant like you are.
Just carry on playing Galactic Civilizations until you go for a 2-hour swim with your little cousins.
Yes, but I'm not a mutant like you are.
Which turned into a 3.5-hour swim.
Yes, but I'm not a mutant like you are.
That's fun. So, nice to hear everyone. As the Imperial Russian Empire built 28 pre-dreadnought battleships, how many dreadnought battleships would the Imperial Russian Empire need to build to replace them?
28?
Well, if they want to
Agreeing
replace them one for one, it's going to be 28. But also, it's going to be a case of they're building that many to fulfill certain roles and duties in the face of a likely threat. So it's what's the likely threat they're going to face? If their opponents only have pre-dreadnoughts, then they don't need so many dreadnoughts to beat them. But if they are thinking about wanting to be second or third naval power in the world to Britain and Germany, then they're going to want more. You know, it's how many do you need to replace if you want to if the Russians decide they want to retain their ability to be the #1 naval power in the Baltic, which they had before the dreadnought era, because theoretically on paper they have more pre-dreadnoughts at certain points than the Germans, a lot more. Well, if they decide they want to retain that, then they got to build a lot more, haven't they, than the German High Seas Fleet. And they also cover the Pacific. So, you know, it depends what they decide they want to do with them. We know they were doing a pretty impressive building program when the Russia World War I breaks out.
Let's see, Brandon, we are at 4.25 hours. We've got, 3 questions left? Do we want to take on some more?
We can probably take on a couple more, because we're about 3 minutes a question, so we've got about a couple more questions. So probably take in another 2 questions. Nice thing, everyone. You are drawing the wrong thing. The F-35C is the U.S. naval aircraft. The F-35B is a different procurement project. That's for the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. and the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force to an extent. It's no. The U.S. Navy doesn't. If the U.S. Navy doesn't need an aircraft on that timeline, they don't have to join in. They can find a way out of it. They can go, well, what are we replacing here? We're not replacing our F-22. Because, let's be honest, is the F-35 replacing the F-22? Nope. Are we replacing our Super Hornet? No. We're supposed to replace the Hornet, but if the Hornet's been replaced by the Super Hornet, and the F-22 has provided your fighter / your air defense fighter plus your seed aircraft for the US Navy, i.e. the Growler role, why is the US Navy suddenly getting the F-35C? What do they need it for? Why open that cost? Nice to get everyone. Would Catherine the Great, aka Ekaterina Velikia, have been a suitable name for the Project 23,000E carrier if it had not been killed off. Well, I wouldn't disagree with it, but I'm not sure if the people in charge of it would have been so keen on the idea.
Wasn't that Soviet era?
It's the Storm Carrier, which was 90 to 100,000 tons and was planned as a replacement for the Kuznetsov a while ago. It was offered in 2016 to India. It's not been approved, it's not been advanced, but yeah, if they had gone for it, yes, it would be a good name for it, but I doubt they'd go for it. It'll probably be it could be the Putin at this rate.
Hitler.
Okay. Colin Cameron, what does the panel think would be a good in-universe reason for ships to arrive at the system on a planetary plane in Star Trek? The TV reason, it looks better. TV reason is it looks better. Planetary plane.
There isn't really one.
No.
Is the problem because
I like the Lost Fleet explanation of that every star map takes the stars, the system primary, and finds the North Pole and the South Pole, and then that's how they delineate the plane of the system.
but what if the primaries have different north and south poles?
Then you're in a binary or trinary system, and usually you go by magnitude at that point.
Still a bit awkward, but yeah.
It's a interesting one to try and work out. Honestly, I would say the thing is that the ships theoretically should arrive and then orientate themselves in the system. And orientate themselves to what they need to orientate themselves. And that would make more sense than them arriving as orientated already.
I know
That's always
40k mostly gets around of. That's literally where the warp drives exit them out of these points and this orientation.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's a catastrophic one, so they use the whole thing of it just does. But a space is fundamentally three-dimensional. Is the problem? Trying to force it to a two-dimensional plane doesn't really work.
But Warhammer has the caveat of a lot of those places the ship arrives orientated because that's how the navigators believe they should go in.
Yeah.
And it's like it's easier to think of the solar system
as two dimensions
as a flat plane than it is a three-dimensional plane.
Technically speaking, if you really want to say, 40k has one of the best ones. The things which guide their ships think it should be flat, therefore they arrive flat.
Yeah.
Is it primitive? Yes, but
I can't come up with an actual
It works for Warhammer. Castellana, in an alternate world where there is a Strait of Panama, how heavily fortified is it, and who built the fortifications? Probably originally the Spanish. And yes.
I was going to say the Scots.
And
the Scots tried to colonize Panama.
Yeah, but in a world where there's a Strait of Panama, the Spanish got there first.
I guess it would just be amusing to see them try and then probably once again fail.
The interesting thing is if the Vikings found it and got through there and then crossed the Pacific. Because that would be an interesting thing, but also it would have changed the whole scenario for the world. You think about the colonization of America and North America, if you can easily get a ship through Panama. For its whole history, it's going to have so many consequences. It's massive. Lions, were thermobaric warheads part of World War II? And if not, how would they change the war if they had been invented in service? Now, interestingly thing, thermobaric.
To my knowledge, that is a fuel-air munition.
Working.
Yeah.
But you're talking about £4,000 bomb plus.
Well, you see, the Germans started using them in World War One, and the Germans in World War Two were using the vacuum bomb, or attempted to use it.
For the ignoramus in chat, vacuum bomb is a...
It's a bomb that uses a vacuum.
Yeah, basically, so it's basically when the damage is caused. How do I put this? It's how does the bomb create damage?
It's essentially an implosion instead of an explosion.
So you create damage by sucking things in rather than pushing things out. So explosion works by pressure going that way. It goes by a vacuum bomb works by creating an area of low pressure and sucking things into it.
Yeah, specifically oxygen.
Yeah.
It essentially uses all the oxygen and all the air in one area, turns it into a much denser element, which causes the atmosphere to rush in, which creates a shockwave going in.
Mm-hmm.
But then when the shockwave closes and all the sides hit each other, creates a shockwave going out as well.
And one of the interesting things is people tell you
like a higher level of physics.
No, it's really not. Have you ever seen a flower bomb?
Yeah, dust explosion.
Yeah, that's it.
So, yeah,
that's what you're dealing with. That is basically a thermobaric. That's a thermobaric system. A flower bomb, a dust explosion.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is a thermobaric. It's a type of thermobaric munition.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yep. Now I'm on the same page.
So it's been around for a while, but it's a case of, yeah.
Fun fact: I have three chapters in my code book on how not to turn buildings into thermobaric explosives.
I
must
would
have a very boring job.
In case of how would it affect World War II if they'd been actually in wider service? They're not really going to change much. The sheer amount of explosives being used, it isn't really going to change things. Yes, it's a slightly more devastating explosive, but honestly, that just means other people are going to be using more devastating explosives. It's just going to increase the level of damage. But let's be honest, when you consider the sheer amount of damage already being inflicted on each other, adding an extra bit of percentage on that is not going to cause a major differential in the war.
By war's end, we had figured out the optimal explosive to incendiary mix to burn down entire cities.
Yeah, there are a few of them, which.
And in case anybody wonders, yes, the ratio was different for Japanese targets versus European targets.
Oh yes, because of the different content. Although, if you found a European city which has a significant wood quantity as well, rather than a wood, it was getting similar. It was a halfway point between the standard European masonry cities and the Japanese wood and paper cities. As we sort of broadly speaking consider them time.
If I remember correctly, the Allies found that out the hard way in southern Italy. With some of their bombing campaigns.
Yes,
they did a lot more than they should have.
Yes, but also there is the more classic example, which is one of the reasons why we don't have bomber crews on war crimes. Why didn't they have the bomber crews go on war crimes?
Dresden?
Yep.
I love bringing that one up when it comes into the U.S. is uniquely evil for nuking Japan. Granted, the U.S. is, I think, also the one that bombed Dresden, but, you know.
Well, no. There were 769 Lancaster heavy bombers, 9 Mosquito bombers, 527 Flying Fortresses, and 784 P-51 Mustangs involved. Bombings took place between the 13th and 15th of February 1945. And yep.
The Bomber War was definitely something.
Just remember, kiddos, the bomber always got through.
Just remember, it all comes from the theories of one man who believed that bombers would end wars by being so terrible.
Oops.
Oh, naive.
The idea was that the bombing would be so terrible everyone would sue for peace, so that would stop wars. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
Oops.
So they tried to make it more, so their answer was, obviously you weren't terrible enough.
Oops.
If the panel was in charge of the New Republic Galactic Alliance before and during the Yuuzhan Vong War, what would your overall strategy be, and what ships would you build?
Find Thrawn.
The Empire. Well, you can't because he's now dead again, fully.
Was he dead at the time of the Vong War?
Yes.
Do we know that he didn't have a clone kicking around somewhere?
His clone was killed.
Did we know that he didn't have another clone kicking around somewhere?
As far as we're aware, he only had one clone.
Because his aide was kicking around for quite some time after the Vong
Which
War.
aide?
His translator guy that was essentially his right hand.
That's
Most of his
new
tenure.
law. He didn't have that old law.
Was that new law?
Yeah, Eli Vanto.
Yeah.
Okay.
The old law, he had Vos Parak, who was a admiral who commanded the Victory class who found him. And he was pretty good, but he respected Thrawn's wishes and didn't even know there was meant to be a Thrawn clone. Yes, Empire of the Hand, though, is a very good option. Scream against the wall of, Palpatine super weapons all of a sudden make sense. Because how are you meant to destroy these gigantic ships with normal weapons? Well, the New Republic found out the hard way. They crashed an Execute-class Super Star Destroyer into one, which did the job, but that's not really a feasible option. The problem is, it's the New Republic. So you actually have to get all this through bureaucracy. We can't just say we're building this. It's, well, how do we appease the politicians that'll let us build these? Because I would love to build a number of axial super laser ships, like Conqueror. But weapons that can, blow up planets aren't really well received in democratic governments. For admittedly valid reasons. Unfortunately, Brandon Larson, both the Death Stars are gone. Even the prototype is gone.
Yep. Sun Crusher, gone. World Eaters, gone.
Actually, no, a couple of World Eaters are still in New Republic service. The World Devastators. But I would much rather a fleet of them.
I'm trying to
Realistically speaking,
remember their thing they built from the Star Destroyers. What was it?
Oh, not the Starhawk.
Star Defender?
No, you've got the Starhawk, which was literally built from Imperial Star Destroyers. But then you've got their own series of Star Destroyers. So you've got the Nebula-class Star Destroyer, which was a fully New Republic-built one. Centerpoint Station is still around, yes, but I don't think they actually know how to fire it yet. And if they do, they don't want to because, yeah, more Nebulas, more Endurances. Probably the reasonable thing you're going to get. Viscounts take a very long time to build.
I like the Starhawks.
I hate the Starhawks.
Opinions are divided on the Starhawk.
Well, to me, it just makes tactically no sense. You have sacrificed 3 full Imperial Star Destroyers to make one ship.
Mm-hmm.
The maths just doesn't add up here. Why would I sacrifice 3 line units for 1 line unit?
Because it's cute and capable.
Yeah, but in a fight, 3 Star Destroyers will win. And also I can use 3 Star Destroyers in more locations. And it's not like the New Republic didn't use Star Destroyers, because they actually used them quite extensively. Oh, I don't. The Starhawk's design I'm fine with. I hate its lore. But yeah, Harbingers, meh. Like, as I said, the problem is, you need to convince the Imperial bureaucracy to build these. Well, not Imperial, sorry, that would be easy. The New Republic bureaucracy to build this. Building Super Star Destroyers ain't easy. Trying to get the money to build Viscounts, not going to be fun. Plus, they have a very long lead time. Yep, indeed, Raptor. They did use the Lusankia for that, and they managed to take out 1 world ship. Not a great trade.
Mm-hmm.
You'd want
Yeah.
more eclipses.
Yeah, but you'd have to build the Eclipse, and you try getting that through the bureaucracy. Ah, yes. You know those 2 ships that we just blew up, like, 4 years ago? That we don't really know how to make? Well, what if we try and build our own version?
Yeah. That's why I think the Starhawk class is more example of where to go.
General mobilization is at least a good call. A case of, yeah, no, we're not giving you an option at this point. This is a galactic-wide threat. Honestly, try and ally with the Empire quicker and actually get them in on the defense plans. Hell, get the Hutts if we have to.
Yes, if I
Like,
remember,
get
if I remember
anyone
my
and
lore,
everyone.
the Hutts have some very interesting weapons tucked away.
Indeed.
Yes.
Or at a minimum, they have some interesting designs tucked away.
Yes, they did have that Death Star lightsaber barrel design, which thankfully blew up upon firing, but still, the fact they almost made a planet-destroying weapon is concerning.
Given that it's the Hutts and they like to do things cheaply, that may be something that is very easily solved with the appropriation of better materials.
Try and basically form an actual unified strategic council of how do we fight this.
Yes.
Is the main thing that jumps to my mind.
Honestly, again, I am probably doing an adapted Starhawk design, which has a lot more hangar space. A Starhawk Mark III. So basically, it's got its weapons to stand off and engage and fire forward and blast away at distance, while it's got fighters to close. And a lot of fighters. A lot of fighters.
Would you be fitting a statistically significant number of fighters?
Basically, I'd want to have the equivalent of... I'd like to have at least 2 hangars, each with the equivalent of what would usually used to fit in a...
Venator?
Yeah. And they would be... What's the improved fighter which comes after the X-Wing? It's the E, isn't it?
E-Wings?
Yeah.
If you class it as an improvement, yes, but a lot of
Most
pilots weren't a
pilots
big fan
did.
of the E-Wing.
Huh?
They weren't a big fan of the E-Wings until they put in the better Tabana gas. Once they
And
did that, the
completely
E-Wing
redid the engine
actually
assembly.
worked.
And changed the shield harmonics, fixed the internal dampening.
Okay, so what would you pick if you're not
Yeah.
going to pick? Nice way. Look, think of the options.
Yeah.
There's only is the E.
There
There's
are
actually the
there
X-Wing
are additional
improvements.
marks of
Yeah.
X-Wing.
Yeah, the X-Wing, there's a reason why a number of New Republic pilots actually decided they wanted to keep the new X-Wings over the E-Wings. Also, because the X-Wing was easier for maintenance than the E-Wing.
Yeah.
I know one thing I'd want in those hangars, though.
What?
And people might find them silly, but they are glorious. For sheer excess of firepower, the K-Wing.
Yay!
Oh, yes.
I
Like,
love my
you
little
cannot get a
K-Wings.
better, heavier bomber for the New Republic. If we're
Basically,
trying to take out massive ships.
my view would be have a whole load of, and have them in hunting packs of at least 30 to 40 of these Starhawks showing up in a pack.
Mm.
And that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Enough firepower, enough fighters. Turn up and blast their way through. Right, next question. We've answered that one. And I'm presuming questions are closed. For me, from Steve. If the Royal Navy were to order 4 Type 26 and 4 Type 31 to increase numbers, what extra duties would you use for them, other foreigners, for suggesting for naming a poll? Honestly, if we'd be ordering Type 32s, not Type 31s, because that's the next batch of that design. But if we're ordering an extra Type 4 Type 26s, just go down the town class numbers, names, etc. We've got, we're calling them the city class, but it's the old town class names. So if you want to, you've got the 1936 were 10 vessels. The 1910 were roughly 21. So, you've got plenty of options there you can go for. There's Chatham, there's Weymouth, there's so many options. There is, we've got Bristol. I think with the Type 26s, and I'm just clarifying because I don't want to get it wrong and get people upset me because I got the wrong. I forgot their city was in it, or their city in when it wasn't. And remembering the ships off by name, and I haven't even been on them yet, was fun. We've got Glasgow, Cardiff, Belfast, Birmingham, Sheffield, Newcastle, Edinburgh, and London. So Liverpool's an obvious one. Liverpool, Gloucester would be definitely a couple of ones. Speaking as someone who's not far from there, I'd quite like Falmouth. And I think probably Nottingham would be a good option. So Liverpool, Gloucester, Falmouth, and Nottingham. They're traditional names. If I'm not mistaken, HMS Norwich has an interesting experience with the Royal Navy. There have been 4. The last one was finished. It was sold in 1768. And, yeah. They've had an interesting history, Norwiches have. So I think I'd probably go Nottingham. And for the Type 32s, just please, just don't call them inspirations, okay? Just, I don't care what you call them, just don't call them inspirations. Call them the E class if you want to. Call them the F class. I really don't care. Just not the inspirations. And build a lot of them. The Type 32s are supposed to be basically the Type 31, but with some orientation towards drone and uncrewed asset operation. So yeah, just get a lot of them. Anyone else make suggestions?
I always like the attribute names for Royal Navy ships.
It would just be interesting to have them named after mythological figures, but that's just because the myths are cool.
Yeah, and the trouble is that would then give Dan F a lot of time to talk about his talk about how mythological figures and how interesting they are.
To be fair, I wouldn't mind something like the weapon class or battle class making a return, but
I'd like to see tribals make a return, but
Yeah.
the politics on that are going to be as radioactive as.
well, to be fair, a number of the battles might also still be. Well, people still hold grudges.
Yeah,
Well,
don't get me started.
Well, simple. We name them after battles where we beat the Nazis, and then only one country will be in. Never do that.
Then don't. But to be fair, even Germany probably actually would be accepting of it. But
Stafford Thompson. Is France building their tumble home frigates for foreign powers, and could the Royal Canadian procure some if they are? The French have a very refreshing approach to money. If you're prepared to give it to them, they'll give it to you. So if you're prepared to pay the money, they will sell you things. Steve Clarke, this is also from Stafford. Which European jet fighter will be able to serve the Royal Canadian Air Force, as the F-35 contract doesn't seem to be longer for us anymore, given what our new Prime Minister said? Probably it's going to be the Tempest program, because it's either the Eurofighter or they're going to the Tempest program. That's their options, most likely. They might jump into the Tempest program, which would be interesting. The other option is to go for Gripen, I suppose, but that's not really the same capability. But, you know, we'll see what they come up with.
And what Lockheed's lobbyists say. Because I'm sure Lockheed will have...
Lockheed's lobbyists can... There are many interesting things, but as Lockheed's lobbyists have found recently, the trouble is if foreign policy can trump what we want to... what you want to say in terms of lobbying. The thing is, lobbying can work very well in the right circumstances. But when you are going against a scenario where the politics have decided it for political reasons, then they're not going to back down because it makes them look bad. And politicians always have the option of passing a law.
Lions, UK is not going to do a freedom class because that's going to sound like the LCS.
And why would the UK... And I swear, also, why would the British do a freedom class? That's not really our mantra. That's American. We'd more likely do a Foxhound class.
And that also gives the Scots ideas. Do you really need to give the Scots ideas?
No, it wouldn't give the Scots ideas. Honestly, one of the most interesting things you find recently, especially when you deal with the Scots, is that whilst there is certainly a very voiceful concentration of people who are pursuing independence, would like to push for it, there's a reason why they make a lot of noise but haven't actually brought it back to vote. And they've been very careful to make sure whatever they produce is going to get vetoed, because they don't actually want to run it again, because they know if they run it again and lose a second time, then the mountain they're going to face to win that battle is going to be an uphill struggle they're never going to come back from. So they've run it, they lost, they're going to bide their time and hope for better circumstances down the road to run it again. And they're going to make a lot of noise in the meantime.
It doesn't matter. It's a question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think a lot of the noise about Scottish independence comes from outside of Scotland?
Quite a vocal amount. Why?
Because I've noticed that with my heritage, a lot of the biggest proponents for Irish unification are people who live outside of Ireland, especially in America.
Yeah. So it's amazing. They're very keen on Irish unification. Some Ireland is going, no, we don't want a debts of Northern Ireland. No, we don't want that. We don't want to deal with that economy at this moment.
Northern Ireland is a ticking time bomb.
No. I really just want to... currently, you have to also remember that Scotland is now being run by the Scottish Labour Party, and yeah, they are of a very different approach to independence, I think. Yeah. Oh no, it is the Scottish National Party still, but it is the current voting looks like it is going to be the Scottish Labour Party that wins the next election. We'll see. Yeah, so, it depends it depends how Westminster government manages to cause problems and up there. But the SNP, sorry, I get that there are. I have to pay more attention to I have to pay more attention to the actual leaders of the parties up in Scotland. I pay attention to the parties, but I ignore that. I forget the leaders. They are. Honestly, since Alex Salmond and even Nicola Sturgeon to an extent, they've been so blooming bland, it's been beyond belief.
So, Dr. Clarke, how different would you say Iron Brew is from something like Orange Fanta?
Very different. Completely different flavor profile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Iron Brew is manly enough it could make me grow chest hairs.
Iron Brew is Iron Brew. There is nothing else quite like it. Should the UK have their own design from Tempest as the next carrier stealth aircraft? No. In the nicest way, if you want to make the Tempest budget grow beyond possible to do, you try and pursue that. At the moment, we have locked ourselves into a situation where we have a Vistol carrier. We have built that as the case. We will try and organize things. We will try and change things. We'll try and improve things. But that's the option we've gone with, and that's us for about the next 40 years. So we're probably in the F-35 program for about that long. We'll see. It'll be the F-35 A, B, and C will be the first generation. The next generation will be like the Super Hornet, Super Lightning, which will be probably the D, E, and F, and we'll see what comes along. Hello, it's me.
I do like these Turbo Dork paints, if for no other reason than they come in chubby Gorilla bottles.
That's good.
But the metal flake likes to completely sink out of them.
We are, according to my system, 10 minutes off 5 hours of broadcasting. Now, admittedly, I know it started a bit early because I had it running so people could join in and start chatting to each other properly while I was doing the final setup and sorting out things. But thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you found it interesting. And that was episode 192. Steve. Which, by the way, means we're 8 weeks off episode 200 of Bruships. Eight weeks. That's kind of scary after being a 200th episode of Bruships. Which, if you consider there are times. Yeah, to consider there are... you can tell that from the name, honestly. If you consider the amount of hours, etc., that means it's very close to possibly 1,000 hours of Bruships. Because the average is roughly 5 hours per video for Bruships. So, yeah, that's roughly 1,000 hours of Bruships.
Team you do not want to see me in any form of swimwear. Male, female, or otherwise. You just... I don't want to see me in swimwear.
Brandon, are you going to be there for tomorrow's Ramblings? I'm always there on Monday Ramblings. I don't tend to join the rest of the Ramblings of the week because I tend to have my own lives and videos, but Monday's technically my day off from YouTube stuff where I do normal work stuff. And so I tend to join Ramblings as a bit of fun in the evening after I finish my normal work. That's it, basically.
As for my queer keister, it's going to be dependent upon two things. One, has my background come back yet? Which is possible but not certain. Two, has engineering told us that we can resume work?
That's always a fun question. Anytime engineering have that power, you have problems.
Okay, well, to be fair, given the context of where I'm working, I'm happy for engineering to give the go, no go.
Mm-hmm. Does episode 210 mark 5 years of Bruships? No, that would be a 4 years, still 4 years, because 52 weeks in a year, roughly. So yeah, so that 210 would be technically, but the thing is, it's past that already because I think. Oh,
We missed a couple weeks.
We missed weeks over the time. We've had things like I've had trips, I've had things I've had to do, I've been ill. If I go
Dogs
back,
have been ill. Family's been ill.
yeah, you know, this is the thing. It's a weekly program, except if the world has gone to nuts.
Books fall on computers.
That's always fun, but I haven't actually missed one for that.
True.
If I open up playlists and I go for Bruships, I can actually find out the date of the first Bruships.
The first Bruships.
"215 episodes are listed in Bruships, but that's because some have been split up into various things. And if I go to the videos, Bruships episode 1 book reviews and Q&A, 2 hours long, 1,300 views, 12 comments on it, and that was done on the 10th of May 2020. So we are coming up for 5th year anniversary at the end of this week. That's the 5-year anniversary at the end of this week, basically. That'll be the 12th of May. And there has been pretty much one every Sunday ever since. So yeah. Fun times. Weird times. Interesting that there have been quite so many. As said, there are 215 videos listed in the Bruships channel, Bruships playlist. And we are 200, so yeah, if you consider 192, yeah, we've lost a few over those years, but not that many. And with 215 episodes and some extra ones, and some of the ones which haven't been numbered have been the specials, but they've also been given them. The sheer number of videos going through, I'm just scrolling through them, the sheer number of pictures of them which involve a poodle being very prominent at the discussion point and making himself part of the scene. Yeah.
He's a prima donna.
He is.
A real show dog.
He certainly believes he is. I think we do have to. We're going to have to do some work this week, probably, on the comment system to try and work out why YouTube comments aren't working.
Because it did work again.
Yes.
And then you put the book down.
Yeah. And it worked. It worked yesterday. When I did some
Did it work yesterday on YouTube, though?
I did some testing on YouTube myself. I did a private video.
Okay.
And it worked. So I have no idea.
So you know about as much as I do, then.
Mm-hmm.
That's always fun.
I have no idea. Is it the bot supposed to be on with you? Bot turned on? Because I just
I
flicked
have
something.
Powder Monkey up on my end.
Yeah. Mine is supposed to be on. The dog thinks he is very photogenic. Yep. I've got the question in queue is currently closed on Twitch. No response on YouTube.
Yep.
Well, Twitch it came through on, but didn't come through on YouTube. We'll sort it out. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it interesting. And thank you to Fleet for being here. Thank you to my sister for subbing in as panel chair while I had to go run with the corgi. Literally, that's what I was doing. Thank you to Runon for all the work she does. Thank you to Dragon and Foxo for joining us. And just thank you all of you for being here and chatting away and giving us all the questions which give us so much to talk about. Thank you. Take care and have fun.
Praise be to the Blackburn.
Oh, good lord. Please don't start that cult up again. Take care, everyone.
Required it to have stopped in the first place.
Look, I'm hoping if I ignore it, it'll disappear. Says the man who literally who one of his best friends likes to walk around wearing the t-shirt that he's the high priest of it.
I forget when it says I'm the deacon of the cult of the Blackburn.
Do you want to get burnt alive in America?
I mean, given some of the plans some people have for me, that wouldn't be the worst way I could go out.
Thank God, everyone. Take care.
Right now, I just want 50 followers.
Yes, 50 subscribers for Runon will be really helpful on Twitch. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.